Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, March the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, great. Well, obviously, yeah, we're going to have, to start off with anyway, a very robust open. If you were watching the futures last night, didn't look that good. But I woke up this morning and yeah, nice to see a big pop. Of course, all the worldwide banks are all on board with this bailout. So that's giving the market a bit of a, not a bit of one, but a big pop. Now it's interesting. Remember all those little food stocks we were following yesterday? It's almost as if, the virus has been cured, no need for them. And they're all sinking. It's amazing. Look at Berg. I mean, remember Berg, B-U-R-G? I mean, it got up at 211. It's down to 79 cents now. Anyway, obviously everybody has probably seen this BLPH. Funny, I saw this one right about here, around 13, and saw the news, basically. And now this is one of those ones that did a reverse split. I don't know when exactly, several months ago, and that's why the float is so low, 2.2 million in the float. But I guess basically they've been given FDA clearance, emergency expanded access for their drug. Oh, sorry, yeah, there was a watch list. Sorry about that. Let me get that posted. Give me 1 second here. There you go. And I'll also post it in YouTube. Anybody following me on YouTube? So let's take a look at some of the other ones. I mean, obviously the BLPH, and believe it or not, I mean, it still has room. God, I mean, if you look at the monthly chart, the high in the monthly chart, looking left, was about 20. I mean, this still has room. We'll see. Have to see when the market opens. This is not shortable for me, so I'm not even looking to do that. But this is crazy. I mean, it's looks like it's going to take out the pre-market high, which is around 24.14 or so. 23.91 is the pre-market high. But there are other things happening. Amazingly, CCL had earnings. And it's actually gapped up. CCL earnings. Now, I'm sure CCL may have gapped up anyway, just because of the overall market conditions as we speak. But it's also an earnings play. Of course, that has dragged up RCL. So I'll take a look at the other cruisers. NCLH. GNMK, another virus play. GNMK. See, what did it hit in the pre-market? 844, so it's given up a couple of dollars already. And again, it's a virus play. Jumps on COVID-19 test news. TNXP, guys. I mean, if this takes out one again, who knows? Again, it's a very low float, 1.5 million in the float. Let's see. I want to make sure. Yes, of course, it's a virus play. Okay, so TNXP, that's up 70%, 1.5 million in the float. And there goes BLPH, just took out the high. I didn't get in it. I was actually waiting. Didn't get it. I was waiting for at least maybe a 1 or 2 minute pause. It just didn't happen. What a play, though. I actually thought maybe, just maybe, INO. I mean, it is up. But I noticed it's starting to, well, it's a little bit erratic. If you look at what the press release for BLPH says, let me just bring it up again. Let me bring it up again. Notice it says for its INO Pulse. Okay, INO Pulse. So I was thinking, well, I wonder if people might think that INO, oh, look at this, $26 now. So I was thinking maybe people may think that this has got something to do with it too, just because it's got Hino and it is a virus play. So keep an eye on it. You never know. Crazier things have happened. Now, of course, there's so many that are gapped up this morning. Uber, another beautiful gap up for Uber. I know Martin was in this one around 13, 14, I think. So congratulations to Martin again. Wow. This is stunning. BLPH. Another one that's gapping right now. NOVN, another small one. NOVN gapping up 105% only. Yeah, Crowd CRD. I'm trying to get to some of the other ones. CRWD, CrowdStrike. It's actually an earnings play. Big gap up, 20% on earnings. You know, I haven't really been paying any attention to the earnings plays over the last 3 weeks for obvious reasons, but maybe today, you know, we'll see some of the earnings plays and maybe they will hold. Play, Dave & Buster's. Of course, that was really active yesterday. Continuation. Another nice gap for it. Great volume. Up 14%. MFGP is gapped up also. The reason I point, some of these out, just because I'm looking at the daily chart, just to see how much more room these things can have. And Cron. Now, I guess Cron and most of these cannabis plays, I mean, look at Cron just getting slammed again. Though I saw Tilray, I think Tilray was up a little bit, but that's not saying much. I mean, remember, this was a $300 stock at one point. Shouldn't have been, but it was up 13%. Oh, easy come, easy go. I mean, listen, if you're going to try to trade, I'm not going to, if I get into this BLPH, this is totally on my own. If I make money on it or whatever, I'm not going to crow about it or anything like that. But I mean, look at that. $30 down to 25 in a heartbeat. So, there is no difference, Scotty. In terms of what though? I mean, you know, you can buy and sell just like in the. Yeah, and get the caps off, please. Okay, the rand. What was this one? This is the South African currency. Rand now was up quite a bit. Look at pre-market or after hours yesterday, 786. It's starting to fall a bit, but again. Banks. Well, it's more risky, you know, in the pre-market. That's all. I mean, even the BLPH. I mean, yeah, if you get lucky and you pick the right area, but I mean, look at that. I mean, it's gone from 30 to 23, $7 drop in a heartbeat. So now that could happen once the market opens, yes. But I rarely trade the pre-market. Roku's having a nice move. Tremendous move, actually. I mean, you look at it 3 days ago. $56, $77 now. What a great move. I mean, you would think that these streaming services, people staying at home, and how the mighty have fallen. So, you know, just remember BMRA, that was a can't miss. Look at that, $24 cut in half now, $11.20. So I actually kept some of these overnight in my simulator. So Nice, some pretty big moves here. And by the way, in the simulator, I have now put I might put the auto trading on, but I'm going to start it at 10 o'clock, just to see. In fact, I can turn it on now because I've already made the change. This is, of course, auto trading in the simulator. Give me a second here. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the YouTube feed. I made a big post, but I can't. Okay, let me see what is happening with the upgrades and downgrades this morning. I'm sure plenty of each. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to, I'm not going to bother with the upgrades and downgrades for a while. There's just too many of them of each. You know, really, what does it mean right now? Probably nothing. So I'm just going to not bother with them for a while. So if you want to follow my watch list up and down, all you have to do is, if you're a subscriber, of course, just click on from the toolbar, new, channel bar, and then my windows right there. Remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout. So before you do anything, before you click on anything in a channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would disappear, which is okay, as long as you've saved it to the cloud. Now, here are my thoughts about if we do get anything on the downside. Well, actually, even on the upside. I mean, look, I'm skeptical that this rally is going to hold. I mean, I hope it's going to hold. But what might happen is we get some early ones from the up, and then the market starts to fade. And, you know, we could get some really nice shorts from the up. Conversely, we could get some nice ones if the market continues, and we do get some ones from the watch list down. We could get some bounces. So it all depends what the market's going to do. Okay. Give me a second here. Keep hold this time. Descending. Sorry about that. All right. Well, I'm using all the AIs. I don't care which one. Which you should do, SMG. Do you have our premium service, SMG? All right. So this is what I do, and I would suggest you do the same thing. Just from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. All right. When you click on that, this window will open. Make sure it says all. If you don't see all when you do that, it means you're not on the latest beta. You should download the latest beta. If you don't want to do that right now, then when you get this window open, just right click, segments, and check all. Okay, the default was Holy Grail, but now in the latest beta, as it should have been, the default is now all, okay? And I don't care, you know, alerts are alerts are alerts. I don't care from which AI it comes from. Yeah, I think the cat took a swipe at her. Just give me a moment here, please. I just have to, something to do in the YouTube feed. Hey, real? Okay. How do you load my watch list? Just from the channel bar? I'm sorry, from the toolbar right here. Okay, the toolbar. Just click on New, and then New, and then Channel bar, and then My Windows. Yeah, I might have to help you a little bit later, Trade Seeker. You've never created a watch list before? Okay, so you might have to give me, if you're going to stick around, you might have to give me till maybe 10 o'clock, okay? It's not hard. Just remind me, okay? Okay, guys, there's TNXP. Okay, just remind me, David, okay? Sort of like what I do in my, my top list right there. I've color-coded certain things. All right, guys, TNXP, I mentioned that let's watch to see if it can really take out $1. I mean, it's a very cheap, huge, like very, very low float, 1.5 million in the float. If you look at the daily chart, the next level of resistance is around 117. If it can pop through that, it has room. AMTX is starting to, also another cheap one. All right, ethyl alcohol manufacturing, I saw that. Shipping high purity alcohol for hand sanitizers, okay? That was their little press release this morning. Well, it looks just like that. Okay, so did you, there's nothing triggered yet. Nothing will happen in the AI until at least 9:35. Look at AMTX, guys. An alcohol play. Sanitizer play. Look at this. 16 million in the float. So did you understand that, SMG? You understand how to load this window? If not, let me know. All right, let me just rework a couple of things here. Oh man, TNXP 109. Well, there are no alerts yet. Okay, there are no alerts. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Okay, nothing will happen. The AI does not start triggering until at least 9:35. Oh yeah, I'll be waiting 15 for sure. And I've actually delayed. I have put the auto trader on, for my two strategies here on the up and down, but I've even delayed that till 10 o'clock. So I'll start seeing them here. I'm going to delay it to 10 o'clock though. Now look at TNXP, guys. Very, very. And now SMG, what you should do is you have this window now. Now incorporate it as part of your layout. You know, you probably have a layout. Then just save your layout with this window included so you don't have to do it every day. Okay? FTI on the way down here. FTI, a little bit of a fade for this one. Yeah, no, you're right. SPY is only up now. Yeah, I mean, I you know, suspect it's going to hold, but we're almost flat now on the SPY. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Let me put myself on mute for 1 minute. All right, I'm back, and man, Apron. Look at this, just absolutely, still no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, look, should it have done this? I mean, should it have gone from what, $1 or $2 all the way up to 30 almost in 1, 2, 3, 4 days? Of course not. But should it be doing this? I don't know. So Real mentioned HIBB, Hibbett Sports. Okay, and it's yeah, it's an earnings play actually. Yeah, March 20th. That's today, right? Yeah, pre-market is an earnings play. Didn't really see it because the volume was too light. Shoot, one that is shortable for me is that BMRA. All right, everybody. Well, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's try to have a great end to this crazy trading week. Okay, get rid of this. Good day to you. Okay, there's BLPH coming right back. Here's another little $5 pop. And we are now open. Okay, well, if you go to I'll try to quickly tell you, click on scans, okay? Hopefully you can see the scans tab in the trading room and just find it. One of them is the pre-market actives, and just click on it, okay? And then it'll go into your a browser window and just copy it and then file load. I know I'm going quickly, but that's where it is. Okay, just give me a second. Just gotta rearrange a window here on the other side. So there's Lyft and Uber. Lyft, look at, and UAL. Look, so the airlines are definitely, I'm sorry, that was Lyft before you. Well, the airlines now are starting to give it up. Look at these topping tails. My guess is that American Airlines is going to look kind of the same. No, not quite. Okay. And there's a South African rand. It's a big gap up for it. Low float too. 5.5 million in the float. Okay, now, do we really think this pop for CCL is going to hold? Hey, yeah, your English is fine. And be safe, Italy, man. Yeah, so BLPH was halted on the way down. Okay, well, the SPY is modestly positive still. No, Uber. Wow, Uber just great move for Uber and Lyft. You know, this is an earnings play also. It's up just a little bit. Okay, there's that GNMK that was flying in the pre-market, starting to give it up. So these are carryovers from yesterday in my simulator. These stocks here, so taking advantage still of a move. I don't think I'll get out of Eli, flatten out Eli. Sorry, Eli. Look at AL, man, what a nice recovery it's had. Also, AL. OSUR guys on the move here. OSUR. Is gapped all the way right up through the 200-day moving average, 776. OSUR. Maybe coming into a little bit of resistance right around 9 or so. Okay, this one is halted on the way down, vert. Okay, guys, now listen. You know my feelings. The AI's gone kind of crazy. Too many alerts. I mean, it's too many alerts right at 9:35. So don't get. What I would be doing right now is kind of watching them, seeing if they set up a little bit. You can always play them later. But we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 right at 9:35. Cinemark still on the move here. CNK, what a move it had yesterday. What a recovery. When you say are the alerts only with Holly, what do you mean by that? I mean, these are alerts here. They have nothing to do with Holly. I'm talking about, these are the AI alerts right now, which I don't display. Not fair to those who pay for our premium service. So I'm just saying there's too many all at once. Now, if you believe in Pixie was halted also, yes. All right, BLPH came out of the halt on the way down now. If this has a bit of a resurgence, maybe 26.36, I'll stick an alert there. I know it's $6 away, but an apron halted also, yes. On the way down. Yeah, David. Variant, yes, I know. On steroids. Now, obviously one good, if you believe that the airline industry is going to have a bit of a recovery this morning, then if you have the AI, then SBRA is really tied to it. Okay, guys, mentioned that AMTX in the pre-market, a real cheap one. I guess we're going to have to call these are the alcohol plays or hand sanitizer plays, all right? AMTX. And it's a low float, 16 million in the float. Challenge, well, it's through the 200-day, the 200-day moving average right down here, 90 cents. It's very choppy on the monthly chart. Okay, I was wrong about the INO. I thought maybe, just maybe, people might think that INO would have something to do with BLPH just because BLPH in the press release, it's called INO Pulse, INO, all capitalized Pulse, and I thought maybe people would look at this one and think, hey, maybe they've got something to do with that, but evidently not. And it got halted, yes. The MTX did get halted. And unfortunately, let's see the SPY. Unfortunately, yeah, we've gone just a little negative here, guys. This might be I was hoping maybe we have 2 green days in a row, but we'll see. I'm going to flatten all these. So these are just carryovers, my simulator from yesterday. I don't know why it says 296. There's obviously more than that, but I don't understand that. But anyway, that's okay. So you can see that there have already been 3 stop hits in the AI. Now I noticed there was the first short from the AI could not get it at that 949. It had gapped down immediately, and I think it just, that was halted before too. And I'm not sure how easy to get a short on this one. It's down 43%. So obviously the uptick rule definitely in effect. All right, like yesterday, keep an eye. This is lagging CNK, MCS, Marcus Corp, Motion Picture Theaters, just like the CN. Okay, the reason you don't, I'm pretty sure, is that you have not selected right-click, segments, all. You're probably on Holy Grail, and I'm noticing there's nothing from Holy Grail. Okay, that's my guess. Remember, you have to, in order to see them all, right-click, go to segments, all. Wow, look at the RAN. My goodness, that was such a. It's not shortable for me. My goodness, look at this. I mean, after hours it hit 783, and now it's just fading badly. Just keep an eye on the SPY. I mean, I don't want to see a. What are we now? We're just kind of flat right now. Yeah, we're definitely in fade mode. Look at this. All these little ones and the, not little ones, but GNMK fading now. All right, ARMK, full service restaurants. Okay, ARMK was halted and now it is open. ARMK. AMTX, wow, AMTX just opened. We have a new segment now. So look at WKLP. I'm just looking at the similar stocks, same sector, WLKP. No volume though, unfortunately. I wish there were more stocks in this sector. AMT, wow, AMT. You know, I sort of dismissed it this morning because it hadn't broken out through one, but man, look at it now. I'm looking at the SPY, guys. Too bad. Too bad it just couldn't hold. So all those flyers from the last few days, all these little home food delivery companies. I mean, they're geez, WTRH, Apron. Don't even want to look at Berg, but I will. Okay, guys, are you having a delay on your? I don't know if it's an overload on our server. Okay, it should be okay now. Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, I see this is what I'm talking about. There's the AI alert 949. No way could I've got it 949. It is halted also, and it's going to have a very weak open 855, 855. I see. Yeah, so somewhat predicted. CCL fading now. It's an earnings play. Actually, an earnings play. Also. Yeah, this is, I mean, that's what I'm saying, guys. We had so many alerts from the AI at 935. It's very difficult, in my opinion, to get them so early. And now look at, I mean, even Sabra, which, got all the way up here, it actually got stopped out. I think that I think there should have been a profit save. Because obviously, if you're a trader, you cannot let something go from 951 if you're able to get it all the way up to 1011, hold it, and then get stopped out. Yeah, no, I mean, look how many stops. I mean, it's especially with the market doing this. Look how many stops there have been. Now we may get some. Let me see IVI. So we may get quite a few re-entry. I'm talking about right there. Should have. I'll explain all this a little bit later. But the re-entry times, there is one right now, giving you a second chance. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make the change right here. And the way this is, I'm going to delay it for 30 minutes. I'm going to delay this one now for 30 minutes. You don't have to do it, but that's what I'm going to do. All right. Just want to see if anything is starting to turn around a little bit. What's the SPY right now? SPY is Yeah, easy come, easy go. That's what I call them. I mean, you got to be so careful, guys. I mean, that's a tremendous run. I mean, 221% even now, but it got up to 150. Now it's starting to, yeah, I got halted on the way down. If you want to know why I don't like to trade in the first 50 and now even really the first 30, you know, this is classic. In fact, I've been saying well, actually, maybe for the last 3 weeks, some of my best trades have been hours after the market opens. Did I get the new? You know what? It's funny. I don't really check my Twitter account that much, Robert. I post, but there's so much stuff coming in. I really don't check. I will check it later though. I don't get too many personal posts, so that's why I probably don't check it that often. If you're talking about the overall California shutdown, was that the gist of it? Yeah, it's at B Bruin 44, and it's just yeah, no. I mean, I saw that news, yeah, from the governor, 25 million or so. Yeah. Now, you know, infected doesn't mean dying, okay? But it is obviously it's ZTR, ZTR guys, ZTR. All right, guys, I have taken a short on the GNMK. I was pausing. It could be a little scalp short. I don't really know. I mean, it could rebound, but I'm in at 563 on the short. If it gets back to 560, well, in fact, it just did. I'm out of it now. Okay, I needed a big collapse. It's sort of a green bar ignored right now. No, wow, I didn't get out of everything. All right. Fast and Furious. So I'm still in, some at 563. Very jumpy market. So I looked at that green bar ignored right there, 563. So I did cover some right at 563. I still have some left. Let me just quickly get that in here. So guys, if you're wondering why I have no alerts here right now, I have delayed anything coming into these windows until 10 o'clock now. Put a 30-minute delay on it. Just see if things can kind of settle down a little bit. No, okay, so BMRA actually opened and it popped. Okay, guys, so I'm all out of the GN, basically flat. There was so no trade really. Nothing happened for the GNMK. I should have got in earlier. Where I should have got in was about 620, 620 or so. Okay, little green. So this is what we do. This is what we do here in the room. Come on. So I start to push, just do a push with my mouse, with my pointer, start to push it. That usually works. All right, so things have settled down just a little bit. Not getting as many alerts. Exactly, real. It used to work. All right, ARNC. What are the primary aluminum production? Oh yeah, right. Sort of. I think that's a spin-off from Alcoa a few years ago. I think ARNC. This is not. Let's see. 14.15 was the low yesterday, so it still has a little ways to go. It's a big float. Okay, SMG, these alerts you see on my screen have zero, nothing to do with the AI. Okay? Nothing to do with the AI. These are my alert windows that I created. So I get ideas from these alert windows. These are alerts from my watch list, okay? Have nothing to do with the AI. The AI alerts are on another monitor. And you say you're a premium subscriber, so all you have to do is just load the window. So these have nothing to do with the AI. John Cougar Mellencamp, MNK, is having a bit of a pop here. Has some resistance right around 2. All right, another minute, less than a minute to go till 10 o'clock. So we might start getting some alerts. So this is going to be, I think, an interesting watch list, depending on what the market does. If we get a rally again, then some of the ones that might appear in the down, they may give us some good bounce plays. I'm not in the GNMK anymore. Too bad. All right, ATHX, it would have shown up right here, except it's 9:59. All right, if ATHX makes another new high, it's going to show up right there. You're wondering what these are? These are carryovers from yesterday in the simulator. Okay, as I said, if ATHX makes a new high, so that's why it showed up. Wow, I gotta watch this. It's a pretty tight stop. 10-cent stop. That's why I took 1,000 shares. I'm going to go over all this, but it took 1,000 shares because I'm risking $100 in the simulator on the trades. And I'll show you how to set that up a little bit later. So if you multiply 1,000 shares times 10 cents, 215 is the entry. The stop is 205. You should be able to do the math. See that? So that's what it says right on the chart. Approximately $100. So if it gets down to 205, I'll lose $100 if I allow it to get stopped out there. Of course, I can always move it right on the chart. I can always move my stop wherever I want. It's kind of an interesting one, though. This VTA. VTA is kind of interesting. Other financial vehicles. So obviously they have been beaten up horribly. Look at BLPH. I think that's it for BLPH, guys. Not shortable for me and Interactive Brokers. Okay, I'm not going to cry about GNMK. It's too whippy. All right, Hibbert kind of whippy too, and really no solid direction. I mean, I guess from 11 down to 10, but now a pop. It's an earnings play, HIBB. Now we don't even have a float for this one. I don't know if this is because I guess these mutual funds don't have floats, or see here. Yeah, I guess they don't have floats. No, they do. Well, I suppose that it all depends on how it is designated, I guess. All right, ATHX, the only problem I have with it is very choppy on this monthly chart. It really, I mean, look, if it takes out 224, which I'm going to, but even then, but it's a very, very choppy looking monthly chart. If it takes out 224, you could have a run maybe to the 250s. Okay, okay. See, told you it would work. Who cares, as Real said, who cares about technical analysis? All you need is a little mouse shove. Okay, that's all I'm doing, just prodding it to move higher. So this might get stopped out. Again, this is in the simulator. This is the ATHX, but I would definitely be interested if it takes out 220 later on. Look how whippy CrowdStrike has been. CRWD, up and down, up and down. Look at these topping tails. This is an earnings play. Oh, look at Mattel. Poor old Barbie. Look at Mattel. This is not quite an all-time low, but getting close. $7 is an all-time low for the Barbie stock. Yeah, ZM. I saw. It's funny, they announced earnings on the 4th, and it was not a great reaction to earnings. But yeah, I mean, obviously, with people staying at home, video conferencing, and all that stuff. Well, interesting. I'm not getting too many alerts right now. Vicky, are you in the room? All right. Oh, and it's pure Vicky today. Wow. Yeah, I'm watching. I'm waiting to see if we get anything. I'll let you know. Okay, I'll let you know if we get anything from the less than 20. Yeah, Jason, I see your post. I have a real problem with all the alerts that you get. Not, I mean, today was on steroids, but the alerts you get at 9:35, I would let them settle down. You can always maybe get into them later, but they can be, just like the market is so whippy in the first 15 and even now the first 30 minutes. So I just find that, yeah, you'll miss one. I mean, one that could keep moving higher and higher. Absolutely. I'm talking to you, Jason, in the YouTube feed. But I'd actually like to see a delay of even 15 minutes, but getting them right at 9:35, I just don't think it's a good idea. It's my feeling. Is Tilray moving? Because it was moving in the pre-market. Is it still moving? Yeah. Okay. You're talking about here. I thought maybe it had really broken out, but not really. All right, Inagata de Vida. Okay, I've taken some of this VTA. It's been pretty relaxed. I'm going to go over that in about 20 minutes. Okay, SMG. When I talk about Brokerage Plus in detail, if you don't mind. So I took it, yeah, from the watch list. It just seemed to be resting a bit, and it did not move down when the market moved down. So we'll see. Oops. Guys, I'm getting way more out of this than I thought. No, I'm not going to be afraid to scalp out. I don't trust this market at all. Okay, so don't wait for me. If you got into it, don't wait for me to tell you what to do. Just waiting on it. See if I can get into maybe even to the mid 50s. Well, things have really settled down here. I'm not getting any more alerts other than the Momo up, Momo down. Nothing from here. I actually should have. I should have been paying way more attention. I should be out some. Guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this VTA to see if it can get back up to this level here. So stick an alert there. Really not thought about it like that, Scott. Low volume. I mean, it just happens to be the VTA is low, but I mean the ATHX certainly at 2.4 million. So, no, I didn't take this one, but I just like the way it was trading. You know, it's very steady. It wasn't too whippy yet. I'm just having to watch it. Where are the momos? Okay, so all the scans that I'm sharing. If you click on this, if you can see this, just click on the scans tab. All right, all the scans are here, including the Momo up, Momo down. Or you can click on this room drive icon. It looks like a half-open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download, and that'll go to a Word document, so you can look at everything at your leisure. Just waiting on this VTA guy, see if it has a little. Well, what you do, I'm going to go over that, okay? What you do is you can set a limit, okay, where you want to go, how far outside of you might get an alert, you know, but you may not be, like, are you talking about auto trading SMG, or are you talking about just taking a trade normally? Because, I mean, right here, you'll see the market, you know, you'll see the price right there you can get in at. Yeah, well, you can get in right here. But you should always have should always have a time and sales. You know, I mean, your broker will supply this, so you can see the time and sales, the spread and all that, okay? But I mean, you want to, but here is where you can, you know, there's the market. You want to get in at the market. Ah, there's ATHX, guys. Well, market's having, look at CCL actually, a nice bounce for that one. When you say combine layouts, do you mean you have two layouts and you want to have two loaded at the same time? You can only have one layout. So if I can understand I think what you're trying to do. Okay, all right. So this is what you should do. And just, you know, I'm just watching the VTA, guys, okay? I just want to make sure it doesn't take a header on me, okay? Okay, crap gadget reviews in the YouTube feed. Well, you need our standard service. Okay, I mean, this is just everything you see here. Everything you see here is part of the standard service. So what you should do, John, okay, have your main layout. Okay, make sure you save it. Then get your other layout that you want, and then the individual windows from that layout, save them to the cloud. You know how to do that? So let's just, for argument's sake, say I wanted these 3 windows in my main layout. So you just save the individual windows. You should, first of all, you should save every single window to the cloud. All your individual windows to the cloud, as well as your layout to the cloud, okay? That's what I do. So and then load your layout again that you like, and then probably understand what I'm going to do. File, load from cloud, and then bring back those individual windows that you want to have added to your normal layout, your main layout, and then save it again. So now it'll be part, those windows that you want from that other layout will be part of that of your traditional layout, the one that you like to use every day. Make sense? So did you hear me crap gadget? My explanation? If this VTA touches 750, I'm just going to get out of it. So SMG, I think where was that? Are you talking about this? This is not part of Trade Ideas. This is from my Interactive Brokers account. Time and sales from my Interactive Brokers account. Every single brokerage company will have something like this, okay? Well, you have to go into File. Where is it? File, New Window. And then you'll see Time and Sales is one of the... Time and Sales is one of the options, okay? Time and Sales. And just click on that. So from IB, File, New Window, and then you'll get a big pop-up, and then just click on Time and Sales, okay? Okay, give me a moment here. I'm just going to put myself on mute for about 30 seconds. Okay, guys, ATHX is starting again. What did I say about the resistance? Yeah, the resistance right there. I mean, if it takes this out, there's that high in the monthly chart. It's right there, 223. In fact, there it goes, guys. Wait, what is the SPY doing? So the SPY, you know what? We're actually having a, I'll call it a, well, I'm going to call this a rather boring normal day. Just flattened out a little bit. GNMK, let's see, you mentioned that one. Could it squeeze? Maybe. I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, 54 million is not excessive, but it's certainly not one of the low floaters. Okay, listen, usually I start this around 10:30, but if you're new to the room, welcome to the room, both in the YouTube feed and also in the trading room. This is the format every single day. I'm open like this, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I'm just watching VTA, guys. I just have to keep an eye on it. Inching up, another penny. Yeah, the trading room is free, all right? Doesn't matter if you're a paying member or not. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in either the YouTube feed or in this trading room, Ants Marching, okay? It's free because, well, a couple of reasons. You know, obviously we use it as a marketing vehicle. You have to put up with me every now and then, doing a little promotion for Trade Ideas, subscriptions and all that. But also it's support. You know, we pride ourselves on the support we give our customers. We've got the trading room from 12 to 1 every day. We've got a Q&A with other traders. We have webinars, 4 of them a week. Everything is free, so we really try to support our customers as best we can. All right, if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, you can click on the Scans tab, and here are all of the scans that I am sharing, okay? Hopefully they're named in a way that makes sense to you. You know, you see some of them on the shared monitor, but I have a lot others that I am sharing, a lot more than I am sharing. You can also access these scans from the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Click on that, and scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document. The links that I will be talking about, including the webinar links and the training links, you can click on that. And again, both will go to a Word document, so you can take a look at them at your leisure. If you click on the subscriptions tab, I will talk a little bit about our subscriptions, but at the bottom here, we have 4 ebooks. They are all free. They're all were designed by Trade Ideas. These are not third-party ebooks. The bottom 3 are swing trading setups. You know, maybe a little dicey in this market. And this one is an interesting take on earnings season, all right? Somebody asked my Twitter account, at @bbruin, at @bbruin44. Only stocks. You're not going to see anything else from me. Next test drive. Now, officially it is May the 11th. If you click on that link and you fill in this form, you'll have instructions about how to sign up for the test drive, okay? Officially, it is still May 11th. We may move it up a week, but officially it is still May 11th. What is the test drive? Well, we do this 4 times a year, as it says. Number 1 question asked of us is, do you have free trials? We do not have free trials. But this is about as close as you're going to get. For $8.99, you can have up to 10 trading days using our premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. And we're starting to get some, good, the market, a little pop. See, I told you that would work if I gave it a little prod. Now, if you are a standard subscriber, you can sign up also, and we will upgrade you to our premium service for those 10 trading days, all right? And it's up to 10 trading days. What I mean by that is it runs, as I say, officially right now, it's May 11th to May 22nd. And so those are 10 trading days, but let's just say for argument's sake, you can't start on the 11th, you start on the 12th, then you'll get 9 days. But it'll cost you $8.99. Terrific way to try us out. Last one was in November. We had over 2,000 people, a huge record for us of people signing up. No dog pics. All right, RL. Let me continue on the links just for a second, please. Okay, and then actually, let me talk a little bit about subscriptions. The little promo that I have to do. I don't have to do it, but you should want trade ideas. It's that simple. In this tough market environment, things up and down, we're always finding things to trade every single day. So if you click on that subscription link, there is a promo right there, Barry for Alpha, all in caps, instant 15% savings off the first month or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. So if you click on that link, just show you what Trade Ideas costs. I'm just watching the Vita probably. Okay, I'm just watching VTA. I'd love to see it get into the 60s. This is multitasking, guys. Okay, so this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. The big plan is the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Boy, lots is happening. BJ, on the way down. Now, you don't have to start off. Now, the big difference between premium and standard is the AI, okay? So I'm going to go over a lot of this, Brokerage Plus and AI in a little bit, but basically you just wait for the alerts to happen. I use it as a watch list. And if you did want to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. Now, you don't have to start out with a big premium plan though, or an annual plan. You can try us out for a month, $118 a month, less that 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If you decide that you'd like to upgrade within 30 days, say from standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual plan, you can do so, and we will honor the promo code. Okay. You should have the latest beta. Please have the latest beta. One of the reasons is that you don't have to go through this exercise of having to, if you have the AI, of having to select all, because the old beta, a month ago, it always defaulted to Holy Grail, and you'd have to go down and choose segments and check on all. The latest beta, you don't have to worry about that. Plus, the similar tab is in the latest beta. I'm going to go over that a little bit later. Also, buying and selling right from the chart is in the latest beta. Okay, and so if you click on that link, download TI Pro or beta, you pop that into the YouTube feed also. So if you download that, click on that link and scroll down, see where it says latest beta, download. And you'll be totally up to date with everything we have to offer. Okay, I'm just going to go over the links and then I'm going to answer some questions. So training, Monday to Friday at noon Eastern. So this is how it works, noon to 1 o'clock Eastern. This is how it works. I start the YouTube feed. I go from 9 to about 11:55. Then I hand it over. This is only in the YouTube feed. Then I hand it over to, I don't know who's training today, but you can ask questions. It's kind of a big Q&A live session. They go to 1 o'clock, and then I resume the YouTube feed from 1 to 3. All the webinars that we have, you can sign up for them right here. They're all free, Monday to Thursday at noon, 5 o'clock Eastern. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And I've already gone over the test drive. So before I go over what the AI is all about and Brokerage Plus, I'm going to try to answer some of the questions that I saw. Okay, so RL, watch list repeating history setting. Meanwhile, so I see all these are all being taken. Now, with the market moving higher, you know, I would be obviously reconsidering this short here. Okay, so why do you want to go into history though? I mean, if I duplicate this window, so I duplicate the window and I go into history. I'm very happy with VTA, guys. And I go into history. So what, and here's today. So I don't, like, what is, so I just did it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Well, you notice I did it. Yeah, but go into history. Real time is here. Just check today. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure I understand. I mean, real time is real time. Well, so you don't get this? You don't get the entire. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't I just give you mine and you can use it, because obviously, I don't know. You may have made a change that I'm not aware of. Okay, and load that one, and then do the repeat. And you should get this, obviously, just like I did. What do I think about classic chart patterns? Not much. I mean, I'm not, but I'm not a, like, if you're talking about, well, it depends what you mean by a classic chart pattern. I mean, we look at RBIs and GBIs. I'm more of a momentum trader though, so I'm always looking at because virtually everything I look at is making either a new high or a new low, which doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. But the big thing for me then is looking at the daily, weekly, monthly chart to see, okay, what sort of room does it still have? Obviously, most of these stocks are going to have a ton of room because, you know, they've all been beaten up. Well, guys, I'm all about the percentage move. So from 742 to 764, I love the percentage move. So did that work for you, RL, when you loaded this one and then do a history? All right, I did take some out at 763 for the Vita. It was a very stress-free trade. That's what I like it. Okay, just let me talk about the AI and Brokerage Plus. It's going to take me maybe 10 minutes, okay? And then I promise I'll talk about the color coding. And somebody else asked about creating a symbol list. That was earlier. I will get to those things, I promise, okay? And if I do forget, just remind me again. All right, so I do want to talk about the AI. If you have the AI, well, I saw Space earlier. I mean, look, there's so many. I know Space is having a great day. Yep, there's just so many. It worked. Yay! I'm gonna do a little applause. That was sound effect applause. Okay. So this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50, approximately 50. I say this every day. I should really find out, but it doesn't really matter. It's about 50 though, what we call baseline strategies. So the AI waits for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data. And this is not one of the AI strategies, but if it was or were one of them, and basically the AI takes a look at all the filters that are in place. It makes adjustments maybe to the filter values. I have a price range of 10 to 60, maybe makes an adjustment, maybe changes to 12 and 60, runs the back tester, maybe makes another change, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. The AI alerts strategies have way more filters. Imagine trying to do 50. I mean, it's hard enough to do one, so that's obviously what a computer can do though. And runs through this optimization procedure. And once it's done, that optimization procedure, on Monday, we will be presented with the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut typically meaning that a strategy has to have a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2. Now, personally, I don't care what strategies made the cut. Vicky, I'm sorry, I've blown it again. Man, I've got so much going on. So there's USDP. USDP was one. The alert was at 443. Sorry, it's at 4, and before the pullback, it hit 479. Okay, keep an eye on Cassie. Keep an eye on Cassie. The alert was at 199. Maybe some resistance. So right around here. Okay, the alert was at 199. Okay, where was I? So we were then presented. I don't care personally what strategies made the cut. People say, well, what Holly do you use? I don't care. I don't care as long as I see the alerts from them. What difference does it make from where they come? That's my opinion, okay? So I load this window. This is part of my layout. Of course, nothing happens until at least 9:35. I do not like these early alerts, but just the way it is. And then just let the alerts happen. You have an entry price, you have a stop, and manage the trades. That's for me what the AI is all about. Now, Brokerage Plus. Okay, I see. So So BJ is starting to work now on that. Only 92 shares. So I'm going to explain. You might be wondering, well, why did it take 92 shares? Why did it take 256 shares? Why did it take 503 shares? Like, why is it doing any of this? So I'll get to all of that. But first, this is just a sort of an initial explanation of Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus and everything I'm saying is part of the standard service until I tell you it isn't, until I tell you that you'll need our premium service, okay? So to load Brokerage Plus, from the toolbar, new Brokerage Plus. And this window will pop up. Of course, it'll be empty for you. And within Brokerage Plus, if you click on new, here are the tabs that you have available to you. And if you right click on one of the headers, right click on it and click on columns, you'll see all of the columns that you can have. So in its simplest way to use Brokerage Plus, in a very manual way, if you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. Here's the price market. You can go in whatever price you want. And if you want to short, you sell. If you want to go long, you buy. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a position. Half gets out of half of your position, half, double your position. Or you can reverse. You were long, now you want to go short, or vice versa. That's the simplest, most manual way to use Brokerage Plus, okay? You can do that, but what I would suggest is that you set up what we call one-click trading. So let's just say you look at AL, and you say, yeah, I'd like to trade that. So you go back, right-click, hover over the trade, or get over the trade, and you'll see a box pop up. You probably have some defaults that we created for you, but you can create your own. And so you can choose how you want to trade it, just by clicking on one of the options that you can create. Okay? Well, we don't, but your broker will. I mean, IB still charges half a cent a share or something like that. Okay? But if you have, the only way you can use, and I should back up. So in order to use this for simulated trading, as you see here, there's two options. You can click on simulated trading, or if you do want to trade your own account, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. And then you can click on it. And then IB charges a commission. It's not that we're charging a commission, but yeah, it only works with Interactive Brokers right now, okay? If you do want to trade your own account. But if you want to use that as a simulator, and actually it does take into account what IB charges, even in the simulator. So here's how you set up, though, your own buying or shorting options. So if you click on that strategies tab, which you should load, it's part of, if you click on new, make sure you have the strategies tab. So click on that and then right click, new trading strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? And then entry time, order details, and all this has a lot of information that you can fill in. I'm going to show you what I do for my watch list up. Or actually in the chart. I'm going to show you what I do. You don't have to do the same thing, but I just want to show you what I do. So limit, I have one of the strategies is called chart long $100 risk. And so what you do is you see I have a buy button on the chart. So you assign one of your long strategies as how you want to trade if you click on the buy button. So if I edit my trading strategy, so this is what I'm doing. In this particular case, I don't care about the entry because this is just going to be a discretion when I want to do it. But order details and risk management. Now, I had a question a little earlier about how to set a dollar stop. I wouldn't do that. Okay, this is what I would do. This is what I would encourage people to do. You should get into the mindset of thinking, you know what, every trade is not going to work. So how much are you going to risk on a trade if it doesn't work? before you get into that trade. You should, we can't be Pollyanna about this. Look it up. You have to have an idea that if the trade doesn't work for you, okay, I'll get out if it goes down, say $100. If I risk so you can say for every trade, I'm going to risk $100. Now, how much you're going to risk? It should have obviously a correlation to your account size. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. But again, you can practice all this in the simulator. So what I have done is I have said, okay, I'm basing it on my position sizing will be based on a stop loss, and I'm going to risk $100 on a trade. If the trade goes against me, the most I want to lose is $100. Risk management. So these two, order details and risk management, work hand in hand for determining the share size that you will take. I use a stop loss. This is a custom stop that I'm using, but you can try our Smart Stop. This is a big drop-down menu. The Smart Stop in dollars. This is generated by our system, by Trade Ideas. So when you have a stop, so in other words, you can see right there, if I took this trade right now, it's a wide stop, my stop would be $1.35 away. There's the VWAP stop, $1.35 away, okay? That is what is, and then when you risk $100 a trade in this, as I'm doing in the simulator, that is going to determine the trade size. So that's why, if you look here, because it's exactly the same trading strategy that I'm using for the auto, and I'm going to show you how I did this in the auto trading these. But you'll notice that my entry price is $19.10. My stop price is $18.70. If you subtract the two, which is 40 cents, multiply that by 222, you get approximately $100. So that's why it took, I didn't have to do anything. That's why it took 222 shares. Let's take a look at the AL. So, 737 was the, I'm sorry, right here, 1752. So it was a wide stop. 1752 was the entry. 1665 was the stop. That was a wide stop, but that's just the way it is. That's the way the system had a stop here. So if I multiply 116 shares times the difference, I'm going to get about $100. You see, there's $100. Now, what I can do is, obviously, I would never, ever in a million years let myself get stopped out here. So what you can start to do is you can start raising the stop right on the chart. Okay? Almost like a trailing stop. Instead of having an artificial number, a 1% trailing stop or 10 cent or 20 cent or whatever, why not move it right on the chart to an area that makes sense to you? Maybe the low of that candle, or maybe here. You can obviously put it anywhere you want. Okay, so I'll just leave it there for now. Welcome, by the way, Samara. Okay, does that all kind of make sense? I know there's a lot to get to here or to talk about, but and what I'm doing, and I'll get into the auto trading aspect of all this, in which you need the premium service. But the other thing you can do is, for instance, just say you wanted my windows. These two windows right here. So you can, first of all, you can load my windows, new, channel bar, Barry's Windows. Yeah, I've only taken one trade, Samara. And I posted it, I don't know if you can see it, but I posted it up here. Now my watch list, again, I'm explaining how to get my watch list. So Barry's Windows, click on that. Remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. and your layout will disappear, which is okay as long as you saved it to the cloud. Now you can take you could take these two windows and then save them to the cloud, or you can create your own alert window and save it to the cloud, and watch what you can do. What a tremendous day so far, I think. Yeah, look, 650 up. Tremendous day on the watch list up. And you know what? I mean, the market's not ripping. I mean, this is not like a major rippage here. Not like this is, up 5% or anything like that. So very encouraging to see how my watch list is working. Now, of course, if I'm paying attention, I'm going to be getting in things, out of things. I'm not going to let up being $153 as an example turn into a loss. So, you should treat, if you're in the simulator, you should treat it like it's real money. Manage it. The market, for instance, what if the market all of a sudden just starts to tank, big red bar? You better be watching all your long plays. So let me show you. I know I'm jumping around. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm jumping around a little bit. So once you've saved any alert window to the cloud that you might want to load into the strategies, just right-click, load from cloud. There's Momo up. Click on it, load, add to existing, and there it is. Then you have to go through the same exercise of creating how you want to trade it. Okay, I can't tell you how you're going to fill this. I show you what I do, but you can, you might have a different idea how you want to trade. Okay, so all of that, everything I have just described is part of the standard service. Here is when you need our premium service. Notice these two strategies, I turn them on. So you can turn on whatever strategies you want, right click, and you see I've checked strategies enabled. If I uncheck it, it's off. I check it again, it's on. So what's happening is when there's an alert that shows up in these windows, it will auto trade them. It'll take the trade automatically. For that, you need the premium service. And one extra step, if you did want to auto trade the AI, you'll need our premium service, plus you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time fee of $1,100 minus whatever discount is on right now, which is you can use my promo of 15%, 15%. And it's a one-time fee. What I mean by that is that if you have, obviously you have to have a Trade Idea subscription, but if you decide you want to take a break from trading for whatever reason, then you come back and resubscribe. Brokerage Plus is still waiting there for you. Okay? And again, I know that's a lot to take in, but that is why I'm here every day. You can ask me questions. The Q&A from 12 to 1. No, I do not. I manage the exits. I do not put them. You can, of course, but you'll notice in my, let's take a look at this, edit the trading strategy. Notice the hold time. I don't have a hold time. I personally don't believe in it. Why would I artificially get out of a trade on a hold time if the trade is still working? Now, look, I mean, if I have a lot of trades open, okay, maybe you want to do something like that, but I just don't. Why would I want to artificially get out of a trade if it's working for you? Okay, so Random Dude. Okay, I'll answer your question, Kai. First, I'll answer, and I promise you, I'll get to the color coding of the top lists. So how would I go about auto trading? So I sort of described that. You have to have a strategy, okay, that loaded, and then you just turn it on. Or if you did want to auto trade the AI, you have to have our premium service, of course. You have to buy Brokerage Plus, and then you would turn all these strategies on, or whichever ones you want. Okay. So you have, okay, so random dude. So you have to buy Brokerage Plus if you want to auto trade the AI. If you did buy Brokerage Plus, then you just basically turn them on. You know, enable selected strategy. You can turn them all on if you want, just by highlighting them all. Okay. That's how you would do it. But you have to buy Brokerage Plus at $1,500 one time, or sorry, $1,100 one-time fee, minus, if you use my promo, minus 15%. Now I'll almost 100% guarantee, guys, there is only one AI alert that I would have got in today, and unfortunately I'm not in it, and I loved it. And it's just that, you know, I'm doing so many things, but I'll show it to you right now. Why? It's in the price range I love. One of the things about the AI is I rarely look at anything over $20. That's just my personal preference. And of course, look at this one, PAE. The alert was at 533. Look at it now, 624. Tremendous percentage increase. I was watching it. I saw it at 550, but just not able to concentrate. But look at that. I don't even know. I remember I looked to see what the heck do these guys do. Integrated services to support missions worldwide. Aviation and ground vehicle maintenance, etc. So, but you can come very close to auto trading. You know, I mean, auto trading is not the be all and the end all. Well, again, you know, it depends on, you know, look at today as an example. I mean, we had a lot of alerts right off the bat. A lot of them got stopped out. I mean, that's today. If I were going to auto trade the AI, I would still manage the excess. I would not. I would be watching every trade as I'm getting into them and managing it. I would not just allow the system to take me out. I mean, look, as an example, look at the SBRA. So the SBRA was a great alert, yeah. 951 got all the way up to 1012 very quickly, and then it actually got stopped out. You know, now I mean, if you're a trader, you would never let that happen, but it actually got stopped out. You'd never let that happen. Yeah, I didn't want to dismiss that. I mean, he asked me somebody asked me a long time ago. It's just that, you know, a lot of people say, well, what about Elliott Wave? It depends on the pattern, of course. I did mention RBI and GBI, and I'm sure that's going to happen in Canada too. I'm waiting for the Canadian government to do the same into July. No, no classes on the weekend, no. But there are a lot of videos. A lot of videos. You go to our YouTube channel, there are a lot of videos there. All right. Let me get to, wow, what a move. Look at CCL. What a fantastic move on earnings, too. I mean, to boot. Look at this. What a move for CCL. I mentioned MCS a long time ago when the CNK. David Afariat, are you listening? Wake up, David. Okay, David. It was another David I was talking to. Okay. So let's take a look at a top list window. Let's take a look at one. Now let me make sure that I can remember how to do it. Okay, let me. Okay, here's one I can look at. Okay, so you notice here. What a day! What a day for the simulator. Up $700 in the simulator right now. Okay, so you notice I've got change from the close, and it is a lighter shade of green. I'm waiting for the music reference from Real. So how did I do that? So if I right click, properties and colors. There you go. I knew he would say it. I knew he would say it. You're so predictable. You're like an old married couple, Real. All right. So this is how I do it. I start off, and gets a little complicated, David, okay? But I start off by doing this. First of all, you want to get rid of everything here. But I start off by doing, okay, I'm going to delete all. Okay, nothing's there. I start off by clicking on that, and I white everything out. Okay, now everything is whited out. Okay? Now, you pick, I've picked change from the close, but these are all the different column headers, right? That I've got in that top list window. So if I wanted to really highlight, if you notice, change from the close, if I really want to highlight, say, the ones that are over 10% up, as an example, I want to zero in on those ones. So I highlight what I want. I put, say, 10 in here, greater than, and then this palette will come up. And then I can pick a color I want. Say I'll pick that one, pick that color. Okay, add it. Okay, and then okay. So you see, okay, why didn't that work? It's just a bit. Oh, it may have to update. Give me a second. It might have to update. Or did I save it? I probably didn't save it. So long since I've done this. Let me do it again. So I'm going to delete. I'm going to white everything out. Change from the close, greater than 10. Pick this color, or sort of a light, this green right there. Add edit. Add it. Okay. And why isn't it changing? It's been so long since I've done this. This should be a darker green now. This has got nothing to do with the AI, Lucky Pete. This is all based on my watch list here. Well, that didn't work. I have to figure out why that didn't change the color. But that's how you're supposed to be able to do it. I wonder if there's something wrong. Give me a moment here, David. I don't know why it's not changing because this should have gone to it from that pale green to the dark green. It is confusing at the best of times. Okay, it really is. I mean, it's not very user friendly. I put these color codings in years ago. I haven't even looked at color coding for such a long time. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you, David. Okay, I'm not sure why that is not changing. It should be changing. So yeah, well, the simulator. Well, this is running. I mean, if I can get out of a trade right now, you know, the NSA long. Let's see. How to manage my exits? I just flatten. Okay, and I'm watching things starting to. In fact, what I'm going to do. What's the market doing? Starting to drift down. So you know what? I'm just going to flatten all my trades. Okay. I just flattened all my trades. Got out of everything. And it obviously just took this main trade. All right, guys, 11:07. Still have some of the VTA left. It is not, really hasn't done too much. I'm waiting to see if maybe, just maybe, it can get into the 770s. All right, Vicky. Come on, turn. Come on. Okay, Vicky. 135 for the STON. Don't love this weekly chart though. Okay, Trade Seeker. You're next up. And you can see my screen and obviously you can hear me, right? Okay. So this is how I do it. If you create a watch list, a symbol list, we call it a symbol list. Hello, Trade Ideas. I'd like you to change it from a symbol list to a watch list and join the rest of the world. Hopefully I don't get fired. No, but what I do is this, is if you're going to create a watch list, then you're going to have a way to monitor it, either in a top list or an alert window, okay? So what I do is this, is I create my alert window first. Yeah, I'm sure he does. So I create my alert window first, put whatever filters I want in, okay? Create the alert window first, and then once I've done that, then I click on symbol lists, create new. Okay? And I'll call it Trade Seeker. Okay? I'll give it a name. Okay. Now here's where you can put all your symbols in that you want to monitor. Now, if you have a list, you can copy and paste the list in as a column, okay? Or you can type them in one by one. I'll just type, I don't know why I always pick Macy's, but so I say okay. Now, 9 times, is it here? Let's see if it's here. Yes. If you do it that way, virtually every time you'll see it right there. You have to see it in the list. Can you see Trade Seeker right there? This is a drop-down menu. And the default is all symbols, but now you can just click on only the following lists, and then you just check, the one you want, Trade Seeker. You say okay. I'm not going to do that, but you say okay, and then that means Trade Seeker is now attached to this alert window that you created. Does that all make sense? Okay. So the next step, and of course you can take that watch list and you can attach it to any window that you want. Now, when you say to the charts, linking to the charts is just a matter of you have a chart, and there are only two options with the charts. If you right-click on the chart, only two options. You go down to Properties, click on Properties. You either have symbol linking checked or you don't. So if you have it checked, that means every time I click on an alert, it's going to show up in all my different time frames. Okay? No, he doesn't. Are you talking about Dan? No, he doesn't. Look at Maine. Nice. Okay, now here's where you might want to jot this down, okay, Trade Seeker, because I'm assuming that every now and then you're going to want to change your watch list. Add some symbols, delete some symbols. In other words, modify it. So this is what you have to do. And I will answer, there was a question about my watch list. I will answer that. So this is what you have to do. And this is where it's not intuitive, unfortunately. So you click on Tools, Symbol Lists, and then you'll just have to find it. Now you won't have very many, of course, and there's Trade Seeker down here. Just left click on it, get it highlighted, and then Edit. Now here's where you can go in and make your changes. This is what I do every day, every single day, to the watch list that I create. I used to say just for you guys, but I mean, it's for me too, in a big way. Okay, so you make your changes, say okay, and that's it. Now, I'm going to get rid of you. Sorry, Trade Seeker, but I'm going to get rid of you. Delete the list. Okay? Okay, just want to make sure you got that, Trade Seeker. Made sense? That's the only one that because I go through this every day. Because my watch list, of course, has different symbols in it every day, so I have to edit my watch list every single day. And meanwhile, back at the VTA ranch, I tell you guys, I'm only in the one trade, but it's been a nice one. Okay. You can't bring the watch list up on your screen. That's the thing. You cannot bring it up. Now, if you wanted to kind of see the symbols in your watch list, then create a top list window and basically put no filters in it whatsoever. So you create a top list window, don't put any filters in it, and then attach the watch and then attach it to that top list window. Then you will see all the symbols. If that makes sense. But you can't just take it's not like you can go Tools, Symbol Lists, and okay, well, you have to create a top list window. A new top list window and just create it. And what I would do is start from scratch, and so have nothing in it, and then attach that symbol list to it. Attach it, and then you'll see all the symbols. Does that make sense? All right. Do I share any of the auto trading strategy setups in the TI Cloud to share? No. Well, it's not that I don't want to, but like I'll just show you what I do. What I do, okay? I go through this every day. I just show you what I do. So if I click, so if you want to jot this down, you're more than welcome to do it. This is in the watch list up. So are you watching me, Jeff? Unfortunately, I can't. I'd love to share it, but I can't. It's just, I can't go, share. But if you're watching me, I'll just show you the settings I use, and then you can just duplicate them. I have to make sure you're watching me though before I do this. Okay. Well, just watch. I mean, it's not hard. Okay, just watch. So here is my watch list up as an example. Okay, so you have to go in. You have to go edit trading strategy. So this is what I do. Now what I've done today is I delayed the entry time to 10 o'clock. I found even 9:15 or 9:45 was just too early. And the proof, as they say, is in the pudding. Okay, so you don't have to, but that's all I'm doing. Order details, basing it on a stop loss. This is a drop down. And I'm risking $100 in the simulator. So if a trade goes against me, I do not want to lose more than $100. I've put the limit offset at minus 10 cents. Just do that, okay, if you want. That means that I'll take the trade. I might get an alert at 2029, but I would actually take that trade all the way up to 2039. Now here's where, unfortunately, you cannot use the same stop as I'm using. No, I've never traded the VIX. I know. It's incredible. I know. I don't trade ETFs. Now unfortunately, you can't use this stop. It's a custom stop that I'm using. Just not available. But you can use, what I would play around with is a smart stop. Dollars. Okay, this is a big drop down. So, just click on filter, and then this is a big drop down menu. And then I don't have a hold time. And that's basically it. I mean, there's nothing really. It is simple. It is simple. And then for my watch list down, it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Same risk value. You put the spot. You could put the stop in as a smart stop in dollars. Obviously, the only difference is that it's a short, but everything is exactly the same. Now, here's what I was talking about, guys. Notice here, max P&L was 111. Now that has turned into a $28 loss. Okay, I'm not out of the trade yet. I mean, I haven't been in theory stopped out, but you would never let that happen. You should never let that happen. So if you're managing this like it's your real money, you got to watch. You got to watch the trades, especially in this market. This was a long trade. Look what the SPY is doing now. Okay, so. Yeah, it's a custom stop that I don't know if they're ever going to make it available, to be honest. It's based on this it's called this VWAP stop. We're really trying to get a better stop in place, to be honest. Michael Noss, who some of you may have heard of, He's been trying to really come up with a better stop. Because the stops are everything. Yeah, I just don't know if it will show up. I mean, I can give it, I can show it to you. Yeah, I just don't know if it'll show up in that drop down. That's all. I can show it to you. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. Let me just find it. But then that means you have to know how to make a custom filter. Okay, good. I can, let me just find it. Okay. All right. I think this is it. Tell me if that works, okay? I mean, you know how to make it, and then tell me. There's the formula, okay? So tell me if that then does get added. Give it a name. I called it the VWAP stop. I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Then tell me if that actually gets added when you do this. You know, in this big drop down. Tell me if it gets added. You may have to reboot Trade Ideas, okay? You may have to. I don't know, but tell me if it gets added. Whew, another hectic morning. Now, as the SPY is moving down, you see I'm in this long trade in the simulator for Maine. You never let this happen, guys, okay? You know, markets are just too erratic right now. You're getting these big 100, 200 point swings still. You know, if this market ever does kind of settle down, you know, it could be months from now, I don't know. And then, you know, it won't be quite, we won't have to worry about intraday swings of 2, 3, 4, 500 points. All right, guys, I'm all out of the VTA. You know, as this market is starting to put in a pretty big red bar, I'm all out of the VTA. So that's the only trade in my real account I took, my personal account. I was watching it right above that 170 mark, so. It did save it? Okay, cool. Very cool. All right. Oh, okay, guys. Great move as the market is moving down. Let's see what CCL is doing. I mean, I can't believe CCL is, yeah, I mean, I just can't believe CCL was going to remain up there. Especially if the market's putting in this, even if the market wasn't doing this, I mean, I just can't see CCL maintaining this lofty area. Yeah, my big miss from the AI today certainly is that PAE. This is the first. I mean, I had a little pullback there. This is the first kind of glimmer that, or perhaps an area where it might start to fall as the market is falling a little bit. What is the SPY right now? I mean, it's not dire. Nothing's dire yet. So real, what should I be trading right now? I've hardly looked at anything. I'm kidding, real, by the way. I'm kidding. He knows I'm kidding him. Now here's another. So I love having the max P&L. It shows me, okay, if I got in right at the entry, what would have been the maximum I could have made? Okay, so I love having that column up. Again, that really zeroes in on, well, okay, if I got out of the trade, how close, how good an exit was that? I also like this distance from the exit price. So for instance, if I look at WHD from where I got out, it's, if I kept in it, I'd still be up I'd be up another 17 cents as an example. The Eli from where I got out, I'd be up another 45 cents. Things like that. But if I look at PAG as an example, even though that's a pretty good exit, it's down another $1.23 from where I got out. So I love this column also to keep an eye on. Also the change in the last 5 minutes. It's telling me, this one is, well, okay, now it's back up. Very erratic. It's back up. So I can keep an eye on this also. I mean, for me, my watch list, it's a watch list. I mean, yes, I'm auto trading the entries, but doesn't mean just because I'm out of the trade at the, now, these things could be setting up later on. Just one moment, please. Guys, I'm on mute right now. I'll get right back to you, okay? What time is it? 11:30. So I'll be taking a break at about 11:55, handing it over to, don't know who the trader is today. Who'll be doing the Q&A from 12 to 1, but just give me one more moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, just a sec. Yeah, VTA may not be over, but I am out of it now. May not be over, but here's a cheap one from it, Vicky. DYAI as a short. It's actually it's a bit of a spread issue though. All right, have I caught up to all the questions? I apologize if I haven't answered your question. If I haven't, then just repost it, please. I think I'm caught up to all the questions. All right, this main is interesting still. I mean, it has been chopping around a little bit here. Guys, I'm just following a discussion in our support area. Okay. Okay, I am back. Okay, the DYAI. I mean, this is coming as a short from the other. I want to see what's happening with it. Okay, now ATKR. Now, why did it not? Oh, did what? Oh, it did trigger earlier. 1696. Ah, look at this. 1795 now. So, guys, this is what I constantly say. This is a great watch list. Okay, I mean, I think I took myself out of the trade just because the market was starting to move down. But why I do it like this? For those of you who are kind of new, why I have might be saying, well, why is one repeating and why is one up? Why is one down? Why don't they repeat? So what's the beautiful thing about this one is that you can go back in time and I can see when the first alert happened, the time and the price. What did it do since then? Obviously the VTA, they're 736, 768, ATHX. You can just, go through them all. What happened after that alert? 215, it got up to 228, nothing fantastic. C2282, awesome. I mean, that's almost a $2 pop. Box, 1262. So, okay, so right now, I mean, it got to 1290, but right now it might be coming back. So this is how you can use, even if you miss the initial entry. Maine is a great example. Look how it's chopping around. But if the market, if the market puts in a big green bar, Maine could really, really run. Look at the room it's got, as an example. This ATKR, 1696, 1833 now. And even on the downside, 2474 for at 1028 for BJ. Look at this, got down to 2361. Oh, you're very welcome. Well, yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Somebody was asking me or trading styles or this and that. But you're right, patience and not over trading. Really, that's my. If I have any claim to fame, that'll be it. Don't over trade and have some patience. Now, I'm impatient. Don't get me wrong. I am impatient. If I get into a trade and it's not working, right off the bat, then I may exit it. But if it's working, even if it's up, I could get into a trade at $10. If I'm at 10.05, there's where my patience will be. If it's at 10.05, I'll hang on to it all day. Because who knows, maybe a pop, even if I'm only up a nickel. But if I get into a trade at 10 and that goes to 9.95 and 9.90 and I'm watching the market, I'll just exit. I mean, we can always get back in. Even though IB is not free commissions, it's still super cheap. And as usual, I'm exhausted right now. This is, it's so frantic. Just checking a couple things. How's our dollar doing? Okay. NOVN, I know it's a little one. Let's see. Well, I mean, obviously looking at the daily, at the weekly and the daily and all that. I mean, the next high looking left is, little less than $1. It's had a great day. Of course, it's had a great day. 100%. Does it have room to run? I mean, obviously, if it can, there's the next high looking left. So I guess it can run. I'm not saying it's going to. Volume coming in, 7 million shares right there in that 15-minute chart. Relatively low float. I'm sure it's a virus play. So the answer to your question, yes, it has room to run. Whether it will run, I have no idea. But I mean, that's all I do. Look at the daily, weekly, and monthly. So yes, there's no where's the 200-day? Yeah, so the 200-day is not an issue. So doesn't mean it's going to run though, of course. Okay, so Scotty, every Monday you have to load it again. I change the symbol list name every Monday morning, or I do it actually over the weekend. So you probably have an old symbol list. You have to then load it from the new channel bar and My Windows. You have to do it's an exercise you have to do every Monday morning. Once you do it, then you can do what you've done before, or save the windows to the cloud, and then load your layout, load them back, and then you'll be good to go for the week. But every Monday you do have to do that. Oh man, remember this one, guys? BLPH in the pre-market, all the way up to $30 just about. Okay, well, guys, I'm not getting any alerts right now. Nothing new coming in. I've got to put myself on mute for about 2 minutes, okay? Approximately 2 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. What time is it? 11:49. So in about 6 minutes, I'll be handing it over. I just have to coordinate it. Okay, another press conference. All right, well, good time for me to take my break. Yeah, I'll just flatten out of that position right there, get out of that main. Okay, guys, what else is happening here? Let's see. So that Cassie, Vicky hasn't moved at all, so no big deal about that one yet. Anyway, you can see exactly where it's stalled. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. I mean, it really has to clear all this. If it can clear 220, might have a shot, but other than that. Okay, Vicky, if you're listening, one that just popped in was the NOMD on a pullback. Right at 1670, so it's right there. Okay, just if you're listening. See how I take care of you? Nobody else knows what I'm talking about, only you. Okay, so ATHX. So ATHX, look what it did. It got right to that level. Now, if you can take that out later on today, this has a shot, okay? So what I'm going to do is I am going to put a price alert right at the high of the day, say around 226-ish, 226 or so. And who knows? I mean, this is an awful looking 15-minute chart. Look at all the topping tails, bottoming tails, okay? So it's not a pretty looking one. But who knows? By the end of the day, it just might have a little surge. I'm sure it's one of the virus plays. And I'll just be patient and wait to see if I get the alert at the price I've set. All right. Well, let's see what sort of effect he's going to have on the market right now. This is the least active day we've had in a while. I mean, it's been active, but compared to the rest of them, now hopefully, hopefully I don't see a big red bar forming, but ugh, what an ugly spread. This is another one that showed up in this less than 20, but horrible spread. LQDA. So I have to forget about that one. Well, I may even go down and watch. I'm not in anything right now, so don't have to worry too much. Ooh, that GNMK continues down. I did have a little scalp on that one, basically flat, but it was a little too erratic for me. So really just the VTA, the only trade. All right, Michael, if I stop now, can we coordinate this? If I stop right now, just waiting for you to say yes. Okay, I'm going to start.
I used to be the one. I used to be your getaway dreamer. I couldn't get enough, thinking that we would last forever. Don't know what you're thinking of, slipping further out of reach, to the edge of town we could go, away from all the world to see. You were wild, trying to set yourself free. I didn't see the signs right in front of me. Oh, I'm running in the night so soon. I got nothing left to lose. I'm leaving it all behind. Running in the night with you. I won't let you get away again. We can see it through till the end. But whatever we do, I'm running in the night with you. I used to be the one. I used to be your place to land, under the shadows, into the palm of my hand. You're always changing that situation, just when we found paradise. You're always shutting down my conversation. I can never read your mind. Oh, I'm running in the night so soon. I got nothing left to lose. I'm leaving it all behind. Running in the night with you. I won't let you get away again. We can see it through till the end. But whatever we do, I'm running in the night with you. I used to be the one. I used to be your getaway dreamer. I couldn't get enough, thinking that we would last forever. I'm running in the night so soon. I've got nothing left to lose. I'm leaving it all behind. Running in the night with you. I won't let you get away again.
Hello, guys. Let me just get everything set up here. Let me know if you can hear me. I can see that you guys can see me, and I think the sound should be okay. It's probably going to be this one. Yes, it is. So, welcome to my screen. Again, anyone who is new here, we basically do this hour each day where we talk about, it's mainly reserved for support. So if anyone has any questions about the product they're interested in buying, they have it, but they want to know how to do something, they want clarification on how something works, that is what we are there for. And once we're there, and if we don't have anyone, which I don't see anyone chatting right now, we just kind of shoot the shit about the markets. You know, you get a different person who is a trader who trades at least partially for a living every day here on the screen. You get Barry all day when it's not us, and when it's the support guys here, you get different points of view. So again, if no one knows who I am, my name's Michael Bonpara on the internet. I essentially build a lot of the algos that Holly trades, which is something we're going to look at today. And I help learn and work to make Holly better, kind of the best I can. So that's kind of my focus on the market is technical analysis for sure. I am taking the level 3 of my CMT soon. But more than that is statistical side of things. It's backtesting. I like statistics. I think finance is a great world to apply scientific and statistical testing, simply because it's something that has that kind of random data set going on. So that's how I approach the market. It's always from a statistical point of view first, and then narrowed into the technicals after that. So again, either to the right or below, there's a chat panel. Chat away. Any questions? Again, not just about the software, about the markets, about trading. If we just wanted to chat about how we're all holding up through all this, the markets and the virus itself, we can chat about that too. We can have a little group therapy session if you guys feel you need it. One thing to just a note right off the bat from the technical side, and I saw this for a few days. We've been testing this area here, which is the 2018 low. We've been kind of playing above and below it for a bit. We've got 2 wicks right under it. This is going to be the area to watch going forward. If we kind of gap up Monday or get a late day run, which there is some fundamental merit for, where it looks like there may be a bill that's on the floor or something for kind of getting money into Americans' hands. If that works, then we could see a gap up if it's better than people expect, and if it's worse, not so much. So that's kind of what I'm keeping an eye on from my swing point of view. I do both day and swing trading. Right now, and for probably the last 6 months to a year, the swing trading has been more money. It's been doing better. But day trading is definitely kind of opened up in this market a little bit to get started. So that is what we're focused on. So again, questions, let me know. We'll go for an hour if there's a nice active chat. And if not, I will just have Barry ping me whenever he's back in action. We'll switch back over. But hopefully we get some questions and we get a good discussion going here. The screen that you're looking at right now for me is my quote-unquote investment screen, which I've actually just opened up. Usually I am a swing trader and a day trader for, income and growth and life. And then I've got some investments on the go for, when it comes to long-term tax deferred, that type of stuff. I usually don't play too much in that realm as kind of a hedge, I guess, against my own performance. But with the market conditions the way they are now, this is an environment that I'm interested in looking. So I have this layout set up, and I can share this. There'd have to be one addition that you would make, a custom formula, which I can show you about if you're interested. But essentially what this looks for is high price earnings ratios. So basically stocks that have been beating up that have high price earnings. Now, the one thing to note is that earnings are obviously going to be kind of way different than what we thought they would be. Right? If anyone thinks that an airline is going to make as much as their past earnings say they should, they're crazy. However, these are good companies as well. And another thing that I do with this is I will customize these kind of as they go, because usually I'm not bouncing from this screen to another screen too often, so I don't mind customizing this a bit. This other one over here is looking for dividend yields. So it's looking at what the prior dividend is and what the price is, and then saying here's what we think a dividend yield is. So for example, on Trip here, it looks like it's about 21%. Again, we have to assume, you have to assume that dividends will be cut. So what you're looking for is something that if it's cut, it's still a good trade. You know, my theory, and this is why I'm looking at all these things, is that there at some point, I don't know when, I would argue that no one ever knows, and no one will ever knows, but I'll use technical analysis to get the best appropriate approximation I can of where a bottom could be. I would like to have a list at least set up, even if I'm not buying anything now, of names that I believe are quality names, right? They're companies that you know. I think I heard Sean, when he did his, say, you want to look for things that are on your credit card bill, which I think makes perfect sense. But, you know, strong companies that you understand how they make money and you know how that works. And then find some sort of statistical metric to say, you know, for example, there was an academic study that I read the other day that showed that stocks trading near their price to book ratio outperform the SPY most years and by upwards to 8 or 9%. So you may want to say, okay, well, what's a quality name that's near its price to book value? And although price to book is not super easy to do, I'm going to build something in a custom, kind of just like that, for you guys, and then kind of show you what it is that I would do, because that's the look. I've gone through the dividend list, right? There's some great names, mostly energy related, that pay good dividends that it might be worth taking a look at. You know, I'm thinking Rio Tinto, I'm thinking Macy's, I'm thinking TripAdvisor, these type of companies. I see Jason in there. Good morning, Jason. Again, I saw Jason in the chat, which is right next to either to the left or the bottom of the screen. And you can ask any question you like about that, right? We've structured all the education. So if you're looking for a formal education, we have videos for that, and I can link them for you. And this is where we hope that people that are taking that education will come in to clarify points or say, hey, I want to build this. Is it possible? Can you do it? And there may be different traders that you gravitate towards or styles a little differently. So you can just wait for that person to come on and chat there. Sorry, I'm drinking my coffee at the same time. I was up very early in the morning doing a shopping run for anyone that I know that is compromised in any way. Went to the store, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars later, delivering food like it was my job. But so I got this coffee on the go for that. So again, in my theory of well-known companies that we want to look at that have fairly good holdings, what I'm going to look for is stocks that are beaten up with very high cash to debt ratios. I figure that might be a good way to take a look at some strong names. So again, with any window and trade ideas, right click and hit configure, and you'll have this window pop up where you've got kind of everything that you can play about. I have this one set up for some things already where it has to have some information when it comes to enterprise value and all this. If we don't have this data, I just kind of leave it out. And I say I want the position in 2-year range to be low and the position in 1-year range to be low. And that's it. And then after that, I just do a sort, right? So I want to add this cash to debt ratio to my scan. So I can just right click here and I can say show as column. And there we go. And if I go over to sort, I can just select cash to debt ratio and hit OK. And now I have that column on my screen. So I will sort by cash to debt and we'll see kind of what's going on here. And again, what I'm looking for is strong companies, well-known companies, and I may put an average volume or a market cap in. Let's say a float we want. Let's add a higher float. But again, I'm looking for well-known names that you would recognize, right? If you're talking to someone who wasn't a trader, they would know as well. And I'm just building a list, and I've been doing this for about a week or so where I take not an hour a day, maybe I take an hour a week or two, and then I just say, okay, let me go through these lists in different ways. And let me try to find stocks that I understand that are hammered. And then you can set price alerts for. We'll do a float of 50 million. Gonna be a bit of a balance here, right? It might cut out a bunch of junk, but yeah. And then the beauty of this is you could just scroll through, and I've just got a nice big long-term chart up here. Down here, I've got a couple single stock windows. So what these are looking for is what's the insider buying and selling going on, which I really like for these kind of longer-term fundamental type plays. Is okay. People in the know, what are they doing, right? This is about flat, not a lot going on here. I have the news open up here, and I just want to see things that are, what's the most recent news? Is there anything that talks about something that would be a red flag one way or the other? And then the detail here, I have this kind of all set up with different fundamental factors. I want to know short float. I want to know earnings per share, earnings growth, revenue, this type of number. And again, so this is a completely fundamental point. And then again, just a big chart over here for technicals, and you can go day or you can go week. Although it's one of those things that chart reading right now is super, super important, but all of them look a bit of the same, right? They all kind of reacted in the same way, almost regardless, except, maybe something like Walmart. That's been actually doing much better. Morning, Mike. I see Mike there. We got a okay group in chat. No questions yet. So again, this is what we're here for. Fire them off whenever they come your way. So a lot of the stocks that seem to be doing okay are pharmaceuticals and things the way we thought. Then what part of my thinking is, I want this high cash to debt ratio, 21 times the cash to their debt is a great ratio, just to say they can live a bit. Every time I see Mike C, is that Mike? No, he's Mike D from the BC Boys. And then I look for names that I know. So Garmin, I know exactly how that works with Garmin. I know how they make money. I know what they do. All that kind of stuff. So that's great. And then they've got $1.4 billion in cash, which is a good thing. And the reason I'm looking at stuff like this is because you got to think if we're going to have a kind of a big, culling of weak firms that can't withstand this, then, the ones that are remaining are going to have a better opportunity, hopefully, when all of this calms down, which, again, if everyone's doing their part, being shut-ins like I was way before all this started, then hopefully we deal with this fairly soon. Then these companies are going to be poised because they have enough cash. As of the last time they needed to report, they have a lot of cash in which they're holding to kind of see their way through this. So that's why I'm looking at this cash to debt ratio. This obviously wouldn't include, payroll liabilities or contracts or anything like that. But again, just like anything in trading, if I'm doing my algorithmic swing trading or my robots day trading for me, it's all just probabilities. So that's how we're doing that. I expected that. I expect that to take a little bit longer, and I was hoping we'd get some questions while I was doing it. But again, just a great way that you can set up different fundamental filters. And I actually just started playing with this channel bar feature, customizing your own channel bar, and it's absolutely fantastic. So you can see I can go from my nighttime scan list super quick, and these take a second to load because they're all custom formula driven, and then in a second go into what would be my trading. So this particular account that you're looking at is where I do all my testing for new Holly algorithms with our sim trader. So again, if you're new to trading, if you're just trying to figure out what's going on, highly suggest the sim. I use it myself for after I backtest a strategy as the algo guy. Let me just show you these two strategies running right now, which are doing not well today, but have done exceptionally well every other day this week, are basically from here. So what I do is I use the Trade Ideas backtester and optimizer, and I come up with these strategies through hours and hours and hours of work. And then before you guys see them in the AI, I simulate trade them, and I just kind of get a feel of how the fills are, where I think a stop would make sense for them. I try to collect enough data to kind of get a good grasp on a stop and a target that would work under most circumstances. And then just to make sure that they hold up the way that they should, right? Right now, this one looks like it's fallen apart. Or is it? It's kind of hard to tell from these line graphs until things get going. But anyway, so then it goes from this backtested environment, and then it goes into the simulated environment here where I watch, and then I pull them into my own account. You guys want to see, I see Damien's question, I'll grab in a second, but just if you want to take a look into my head, here's going to be the best kind of example I can give you. First, this is what you're looking at is a virtual machine on my MacBook, right? And then if I click this button, this opens up a virtual machine within my virtual machine in which I do some of my own personal trading in. And then inside this virtual machine, there is a third virtual machine where I do a different kind of trading style as well. So again, if you want to look inside my head, there it is. It's something going on and something going on and something going on all inside itself. So it's probably why I'm all over the place as a human too. Okay, so how to execute a trade in extended hours using Brokerage Plus. So a couple things important to note. If you're a new trader, you cannot send market orders and you cannot send stop orders in the after hours. That's not us. That's just the way it works. So that's just kind of that's the way things happen. So everything that you send has to be a limit order in some way. So after that, it's just sending out a limit order the way you normally would. Right now, alarm, let me close this. Right now, alarm's trading here, right? This algo got it up earlier. It's trying to sell here, but we can delete this. 44.40 is where the algo would have put it. So it's long 30 shares. So all I would do is I would take this price, override it, 44.4, and away I go. Or I could click on one of these if I wanted to do. It will generally show you what the bid and the ask is at any given time, and then you just hit sell. And that should execute after hours. Remember that after hours is way less liquid than actual trading. It's That's the difference between the market being open and the market being closed. When the market's being open, there's market makers and hedge funds and market orders and stop orders and all of these things that add a lot of liquidity, as well as a lot of the robots. As much as a lot of people hate them, they actually do make for a more liquid market in most cases. So just note that. But yeah, that should be all you have to do, is just make sure your order is a limit order. Away you go. If for whatever reason it's not accepting it, make sure you know how to trade an IB. And that's something I've been telling people a lot lately. Our platform, way better than IB's platform. Hands down. Fight me on it if you think I'm wrong. It's just IB's platform is so bad. Now, that being said, I have IB, not on this one because this is a sim, but you can see on this account I have Trader Workstation there, and on this account I have Trader Workstation there. I know how to execute orders through those in case something happens to Trade Ideas, right? You should always have a backup. For me, my backup is my phone and my iPad. I have my iPad, one of those iPad Pros in front of me, the keyboard, and now it has a mouse on it too, which is great. And I have just Interactive Brokers app. So the reason I do that is in case there's a power outage, or being a Canadian, the lines get icy, which happens a lot, and our internet gets kicked out. My iPad has LTE. I can click a button, get out of any of my positions, and away you go. So again, make sure that you know how to do that outside, especially in pre-market and after hours. Mike C is saying that he wishes there was a channel where all of the traders put their favorite scans, and there is. So we call it channel 4 right here. It's not very good, like pretty wise, because it's not really meant for someone to watch this. It's meant for you to take some of the stuff, and maybe this is something we figure out and we change a bit more and do a better job of adding and subtracting to. However, if you've been following most the webinars and most of our traders, these are their favorite setups. So you see the squeeze me, squeeze 52, horseshoe up, horseshoe down, washout, bounce, top reversers. These two are mine that I gave to Steve, but all of this kind of row is Steve's. Some of these here are Andy's. Some of these are Jamie's. Here's Jamie's compare count windows right here as well. So we kind of keep it all there for you. Just you can click on channel 4. Again, it's not set up to be pretty, but what we essentially designed this for is that if you want to play with turbo breaks up, you can right click and click pinned and move this over, and now this one's pinned, so this won't change when I change my top list. And if we go back to MacBook Trade here, you can see I still have turbo breaks down selected. So this is just kind of spitting out all day things that are making kind of aggressive new lows on high volume. And to be honest, I still use it. There's times where I'm doing my nighttime scans, and again, I do that from this layout. And from this layout, come on, these are all of my scans. So again, I can't share these particular ones because they're custom formulated, every one of them. But essentially, they're looking for different candlestick setups. A lot of them don't even actually work during the day. They only work after the market closes because the way the customs work. But this, for example, is looking for inside days. This one's actually looking for a series of dojis. So a doji-esque candle yesterday and one today. You can see the doji here and a doji here. But if I go through all these and I can't find anything that's interesting to me, I always just take a jump down here to, hold on, let me make sure I've got, yeah. I just take a jump down here to channel 4. And I may grab, for example, this squeeze me, right? which is only ZM right now. I may grab some of the volume radar stuff. I like the pullback above the 20 SMA one. I really like this one. So again, I could pin this if I'm running out of options in my own layout. And just for now, we'll grab this and we'll go back over. I think all of these are ETFs right now because I bet you there is a large percentage of the market that's below its 20-day MA right now. Yeah, these are all bear ETFs. Oh, what's this? Quant shares. This looks strong, but this looks a little too... This got to be some sort of ETF or something, right? Investment seeks... Yeah. So it's just it's like a fund. And that's the biotech bear. So nothing from this one. But again, I hope that helps. I wish there was a similar tab that shows all the strategy, all the strategies a ticker came up in. That would be too much, right? Well, it maybe if it's your particular algos, we could think of something like that. But A, we don't share algos from client to client, and then B, even it could come up in an infinite amount of scans. Doesn't mean if those are any good or not. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. All right. Yes, your algorithms. Yeah, you could do something like that. I've thought of that as well. If it, like the way we have the buy and sell tags for Holly. Let me turn those on. Markup. Properties. Show AI trade. So she didn't trade that one. Like we have where the AI has bought and sold stocks in the past. Am I in a different... I may be in a different server. No. Okay. But all right, Michael, I just singled out a formula repository. Oh, so like you want what my custom formulas to be. Yeah, I could see that. The problem is, and we're looking for a way around this right now. What I would like is that if I share a scan with you, it also shares the custom formula at the same time. I think that would be the best way to do it. I don't know how hard that is in the back end, but it's definitely something that I brought up before, just because it'd be nice to be able to say, for example, this dividend yield scanner. The custom formula is fairly simple to make, but it would be nice that I could just share this with the room when we're talking about it and say, here's my dividend yield top list. So I see that for sure. So the results today from most of my stuff has just been absolutely insanely volatile. From up $700 here to down $200. That's a wild day for sure. Best looking trade is work right now. This particular desktop here is where I'll do, if I'm interested in different trades, as well as just more live trading. And then again, here we are testing these two algorithms. Not working well today yet. Well, probably not going to recover from this, but essentially two of these algos may make it into Holly. I just like to have them tested in a simulated environment because I don't want to push out anything to you guys that may back test super well but may not actually trade that well. So I like to at least pretend, and then the good ones I push into my own another account that you guys haven't seen. But yeah, this is kind of where this is the first stop, I would say, is probably the best way to put it. CSV pulling back here too. A little bit sentimental, I guess, with this algo is this is the first kind of interaction that me and Trade Ideas really had, is that when they were introducing the AI, they reached out to a handful of the people that they could see from the back office were really into the backtester, and I was one of them because I was auto trading at the time. Even before Brokerage Plus, they had a little way that you could connect it to Sterling Trader Pro, and I have an account with a prop firm that trades through Sterling Trader, so I was doing some auto trading there. And they approached me and said, hey, we're building algos. If anyone submits an algo, that'd be great and help make our AI good. So I built Bonds Shorty, which, if you want to know what this is, I can actually explain this one. I would say I've built over half of the algo. So if anyone just wants to know, hey, how does this algo work in Holly? What does this look for? I would be your guy for that for sure. But essentially the main premise between Bond Shorty is a second day play, one would call it in a lot of circles, where it's saying, I'm looking for a really bad day in the stock yesterday. And I believe that number's 3% or more down that day had to be. And then a couple metrics that kind of say, okay, continuation is happening today. And what you'll see often is if you have a big down move, a lot of people will then kind of put their stop under the low of that day. And it's just, imagine you're in this stock. You're in CSV here, nice little base. Maybe it broke out of this base. And then you wake up and the stock's tanked down to here. It's a very common, I know you can't see my mouse. Let me just put the line there. It's very common kind of a thing to say, all right, if the stock tanks that much, I'm going to put my stop at the low of that day. So my theory behind this algorithm was, if we can get in a little bit early on something that has a statistical chance to break that low, then if it breaks that low, then we get kind of the candle that we see here, where it's, it just falls out of bed from there from stops, or at least gives enough of a chance that the trader could get out as that stop run happens. It's essentially looking to be on the good side of a stop run for once instead of the bad side. Trade Ideas offers enough on my plate. Oh yeah, we've got so many things on the go that we can't really talk about, because some of them are a long ways off, some of them are short ways off. A lot of them we don't know until we get into building them. But if you've ever been around Dan at all, he's a man with big plans. So we're always working away on those. Let's see what Grail is up to. I built a new algo for Grail that I still don't think has even traded yet. It didn't make it today either. For VWAP bounce, and there should be 2 more algorithms in Holy, in Grail, and in 2.0 for Monday. That doesn't mean you'll see them Monday, but it means that they'll start backtesting them. And even though they are these ones, even though today has been bad with them, and it's down $300, and that that's a bad number. But all of these trades individually are risking $100 a trade. You can see the ones that stopped out are around negative 100, give or take. So looks like these XCR. Oh no, this is an actual Holly trade. I see. Is that a re-entry? What's going on there? Oh. Pull that. XCR. Oh no, it's just still in. Oh no, that is a re-entry. That's why I'm in that. I'm also doing an experiment on this with re-entries as well. So again, just a little look behind the curtain for those that are interested. And again, we are here for questions. This is one of the things that Trade Ideas we pride ourselves on, is that we understand that our product is complex. we get it. We're trying to work a way around it, but if we remove complexity, we remove features, which means that people that are really interested in, I'm just going to actually pin these because I want to see what Barry's up to today. Take those and MacBook trade, right? So we get it. We get that it's complicated. So what we're trying to do with lessons like this is just give you guys availability to traders, right? We're not people who just teach about the product. We're people that use the product every day to trade. And there we go. Is there a description listing for all trading strategies, i.e. bond shorty? There is. Let me get that for you. I'll put it in chat. If you have any in particular you would like to know about right now, we can talk about those. There we go. Strategy descriptions. So let me just grab this for you. And we have a little PDF here, but there's a nice write-up. If we're missing something, which we may be because we might be a little bit behind, let us know. But right in that link, there should be a description to everything. Barry was watching to sell WVE. Oh yeah, maybe, I guess. Filled the gap, put in a topping tail yesterday. That makes sense. This is one thing I love about trading, and I love about trade ideas too, is the way Barry trades is not the way I trade at all. He's more of like a momentum trader. I'm more of a breakout, pullback almost. And we can both find what it is that we look for on the system. That one just fell out of bed, but I know Barry, he wouldn't have taken that trade 10 minutes. Oh, that's 20 minutes in. Maybe. These are just wild. I know he's auto trading these as well. So, let's get that out of there. Just auto trading the entries and then managing the exits himself, which, to be honest, I'm thinking more and more is a good place to be. It's a lot of what I do myself as well, where in the many other different clouds I've got on the go, that's a lot of what I do. And it's what I do when I trade Holly too. I trade Neo. You can see all the Neo trades. Breakdown short, breakout long. Again, I'm doing something with re-entries on this one, but I was with Neo today, so I'm in the day trading account. It's not the best day, but I'm still outperforming what Holly does, and that's kind of just my goal, because we know that Neo over the long run makes money. So my goal is always to say, can I do better than her? And today I saw all those trades come through and I just tightened them up real quick. We had kind of a big flurry here of trades in because it's quadruple witching, I guess, if you guys don't know, which means, oh God, they're probably going to ask me this for the CMT test. Quadruple witching is stocks, stock futures, or stock options, stock futures, futures, and future options. If I'm wrong, all expire today, which just means, you've got an insane amount of expiry going on. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. I probably did that wrong. But yeah, with everything kind of expiring all at the same time, it makes for a fair amount of volatility for sure. SPY looking like it's digging in a little bit here. We've got this place that it bounced from yesterday. It's trying to dig in here and push higher. I really like what they did with this layout where they've got this high-low ticker right under the SPY. You can kind of get a good look to see if, there's a flurry of buying or a flurry of selling and roughly where those are from. And you go, how to create your own channel on the channel bar? Yes. Yes, I can. So, okay, just intro if people don't know. The channel bar is just this area where we have pre-built stuff for you. ETF focused. We have experts only, which is like a really active one. Pre-market, post-market, fundamental data, whatever. So if you just wanted to say, oh, I'm interested in that thing, fundamental stuff Mike was talking about, but I'm not really interested too much with hidden alpha gems we have right here. But, I'm not too interested in grabbing my layout. You can grab this one here. And then, again, just like I showed you, you can pin these. And then when you change your layout, they stick with. So you notice that every layout I change, my Brokerage Plus window remains. And that's because that's a pinned window. So regardless of what I do here, this will always remain here. So that's all well and good. And a lot of our clients use these, and I think they're great for getting started, right? But the goal of Trade Ideas is always to make it so that we can help you execute your trading plan the best, and we can suggest stocks that maybe you trade based off your trading plan. So when you get to the point where you've played around with the software enough and you have different layouts for different times, that's kind of where this channel bar customization comes in. So fairly straightforward. Let me actually... I'm going to delete one so I can build it to you. I can build it from scratch here. So I'm going to edit. So first you just hit this cog, this little gear right here, and you click edit channels. And I'm going to just for now delete my investment channel and hit apply. Okay, so we click and we edit the channel bar right here. And yours will probably be blank. Mine has these three in them. This docked trade, quote unquote, is basically my setup is I've got one of those, they call it an ultra wide monitor, I guess. It's got like basically two big monitors glued together, so you don't have the black bars in the middle. And then I have my MacBook 15 next to me on a little stand, so it's like monitor height. So my docked trade one is one that will fill that big giant screen and the MacBook screen with different information. My MacBook trade is when I shrink it down into a little window like you guys are seeing that will just show me things that I'm looking at, if I want to show stuff to you, or if I take my MacBook out of this setup and go work from the kitchen or the living room, or that's about it right now. Usually it's a coffee shop. I like to spend a couple hours a day in a coffee shop there. So you get these different ideas, and then I've got day trade and I've got night trade, and that's usually I think the most common use for this is I want to look at this during the day and this at night. So you will just click add channel, and then you'll have this window pop up here. First thing to select is what you want your picture to be. You can add a image in if you wanted to upload a file. You can upload a file just by clicking upload file and trim to fit, and it will allow you to upload a picture of your dog or whatever it is. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is that you want to see. As well as we have some pre-built ones here. You can see I'm lazy, so all of my pictures are just the pre-built ones. But again, you can customize this to your heart's content. Now, it's showing you under preview of custom channel activated and not activated. It's just showing you what it will look like. And you can just type in whatever you would like. I'll just type in invest, and then I'll click write name, and it will show me on this screen what it will look like. Again, just a way to see what it is that you're particularly after there. And then the last bit is to just make sure you select your code. So you can either copy and paste this code in this bottom long bar on the bottom here. You could just paste in and say, hey, I want to use this cloud link I got from the internet, or I got from Barry, or I got from wherever. You can do that. Or you can just click select from cloud. So I have this invest layout right here. And I'll click select, and you'll see it pulls in that code for that layout. Let me just give this to you guys here. Again, the dividend, there it's in chat. The dividend yield will not work without a custom formula, and we can go over that if you guys want. We still have 15 minutes. Reminder to ask questions. After that, you just hit OK. And then it should pop up in the bottom here. And if you're done that, you just hit apply, and you can see there it is there. So what I do, and what's very important, is everything that you want to go away when you change your layout, make sure you right click on and make sure pinned is off, right? There's no check here, because what you can do is if you pin a layout and you say, I don't want you to get rid of this when I change layouts, and you're constantly switching layouts, what will happen is you will essentially be doubling up that window, and it will get to the point where it might just even crash the system. So just be careful there. But that should be it. So what I do is under my Brokerage Plus window, I have windows and I have pinned, and I just have it pinned. And usually I turn off this show continuum. I don't really like this, so I don't watch that myself. So now what we can do is we can switch to a layout, and the only thing that remains is my Brokerage Plus window, and everything else changes. So again, I love this personally. I'm going to build another layout soon that's just called Workspace, and it's going to just have a chart and nothing else as a way to quickly close everything, because when I'm building new scans and building new algos and back testing new algos, I like it for, let me run these just to show you some more algos I'm working on. I just like to have them a blank screen with just a chart, so that I can check to see if the algos that I'm building kind of make sense, right? That they're lining up with what I want to see in the market. And show odds makers. So yeah, as I build these, you can see did well, not doing well. This is just this is the market we're in. There's some wild equity curves. And then if show odds make results, and then this is didn't do well, now doing great. So it's, what a world. That's your hope, right? That's why you build bots, is you hope that you build a bot, that each algo works over the long run, over months and years, right? You run the same algo for 2 months, maybe it doesn't do well 1 month, it does amazing the next month, and then maybe it doesn't do that well and it does amazing. And then you build as many algos as you can, and make sure that they're unrelated in some way, so that your hope is that when algo A had a bad month, algo B had a good month, and it made up for it. And then when algo B has a bad month, algo A has a good month, and that makes up for it. That's the premise of what we're doing. So I hope that answered your question. If there's any follow-up on how to do those, really just makes life super easy. Just being able to go through and do that. We're looking for a way to do this on the web version. It's a little bit more complex, the way the channels work there. But it's definitely something that we are thinking about. Myself as a Mac user, Parallels is great. I use that. But to be honest, this new iPad with the mouse support and the trackpad and all this kind of stuff, as someone who travels a lot, again, not now, but the last year before all this, I think I took 20 trips for Trade Ideas and different other businesses and some of my own things that I'm working on. And this was a great little travel thing. So the more we can do in the web, the better. And we haven't forgot about web users, because I won't let them, because I'm one of them. And let's take a look. What else is going on? Brokerage Plus. What's Brokerage Plus going to show me? Oh, so you're supposed to put Brokerage Plus down here, I guess. It's interesting poking around these myself now, because we like to make updates and changes to these. The point of the channel bar is to be like a discovery engine in which we very much hope that we're able to show you something and you go, oh, that's interesting. Let me take that and change it enough that I can make it my own. Jeez, UA. The market's still digging in there. It's still trying. Let's turn off pre and post so we can get rid of that errant tick. There we go. So yeah, we're trying here. Digging in, lower low, lower high. So technically in a downtrend intraday here. Definitely not something I would just pop in and get, but hi, Michael. Any plans on allowing us to pick a beginning and end date for the odds maker? The last 2 weeks have been kind of biased shorts. Plans on it? Yes. No ETA as of yet. A lot of plans to update the odds maker. I'm pushing for and are trying to happen, where we're going to hopefully add out of sample data testing and a couple different metrics as well. But yeah, it's definitely in the pipeline for sure. I want to extend it out a bit. I want to, there's a lot of changes that we want to make, but Trade Ideas is such a small company that we need to make sure whatever we're doing is going to impact the largest amount of clients positively as much as we can. But we are certainly working on it. They've got a statistics nerd on board now, so he's going to, I'm sure, bug the hell out of them. These algos are fighting back. Well, we were down 700 fake dollars when we started. Now we're only down 200 fake dollars. I'm just impressed that they've been lasting through this, what's going on now. So I will be, actually, as soon as I shut down the stream, I will go... actually load those into the AI. So we had a question from Andrew. I uploaded a long strategy into Brokerage Plus, but I put it in the simulated and it keeps entering into shorts. How do I prevent this? It will only enter into shorts if you have this selected as short right here. So you can right click and hit edit and make sure it says short and not long. Now, sometimes if it's an active algo, we have seen people who use both a stop and a trailing stop. What will happen is quite often those orders will get to at or near the same price, and the stock will trigger long, and then it will flip, and because you've decided to put out 2 stop loss orders, it will sell a long position and enter a short. So if you've got both of those out, try removing that. There's no need to have 2 stops out. It doesn't make sense. So remove one of them. That will help. If you're 1000% sure that this says short and it's only sending out 1 stop loss order, then you may need to come into support at info@trade-ideas.com and work through it. But it's, I'm pumping a couple hundred trades through this thing a day as I test these different algos for you guys to make Holly better, and not getting any of that issue at all. So I think it's probably just a setup thing that you got to tweak. But yeah, those double stops can be tricky because if they're the same price, they're both going to hit at the same time. Or if you're trading something with a bit of a spread, even if they're not the same price, they can trigger at the same time for sure. We got a little pop going. Okay, thank you. No problem. That's why we're here. Those things. We turned green on our fake money. I'm rooting for this just because every day this week, these 2 algos, the guiding hand and the guiding hand short, which you should see whenever Holly says they're good enough to enter, every day this week they've been profitable. So I just want a full week of 5 days of profitability, and then I will add them back in. I've been running them for probably 2 or 3 weeks now, and they've been profitable every week, but this would just be the first day that they've hit 5 in a row. We're going. I like that we're showing you this stuff, that it's we're not just talk, we're working. You're seeing me right here live. You're seeing these things that are about to get to you guys. So You're seeing it here. So we have 5 minutes before I swap it back over to Barry. Any more questions, certainly let me know. And if not, note we will be here Monday to Friday for at least a half hour, if not longer, depending on how many of you guys need questions. We would love just to chat as well if you just want to talk about the markets, or if you've got anything symbols you want me to look at or whatever. But again, we should note we are not issuing trading or investment advice here, and please see your financial advisor and all of that. But we are traders, so we're going to have our own opinion on things, which we are certainly allowed to give. So, Barry, I see you typing in Slack there. When you are ready, if you are ready, let me know. All right, so I see your message there. So if you can hear me, Barry, let me know when you are ready to go, and I will switch over. I'll do a little countdown. We'll switch. Reason we're doing this, if anyone's wondering who's listening to the stream, is that if we do the switch quick enough from person to person, it doesn't cut you guys off, so you guys can continue to watch kind of the whole thing, and it doesn't kind of cut you off and kick you out. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Michael. What are you thanking Sean for? One line he typed in there. Get out of here. You don't need to thank him for anything. I don't think Barry's listening. Are you ready? I'll type to him. All right. 3, 2, 1. Okay, guys. See you later.
Whoops. Uh-oh. Okay, guys, you might be able to hear me on YouTube, but there's something happened in my audio bridge, audio in the room. Let me just see if I can fix that in the room. I think you can hear me on YouTube, but can you hear me now, guys? Can you hear me now? Please say yes. Please say yes. No? I can see the screen is gone, but I want to make sure. Can you hear me? Seriously, I need a yes or a no. I need a yes. If you can hear me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Test, 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 test. Okay. Wait a minute. I have to go to the. Oh, Christ. Probably in, yeah. Oh, I'm in Brebrun. Okay. All right, guys, I'm in Chrome now. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. All right, so we may have some people say they can't see my yeah. Don't worry about the screen yet. Don't worry about the screen yet. Audio was first, so now now I just got to get the screen. Okay, now you should be able to see my screen. However, I almost guarantee there are some of you who are going to say you can't see the bottom of my screen, right? Which is why I use Firefox. Anyway, if it happens, if somebody says, if you can't see my screen, there is a fix. I'll let you know. Anyway, as we wind this down, Mike C. Okay. Well, listen, guys, I am watching that PAE. I may take this. I may even take it right now. Yeah, I get a bid in between or something. Well about the market? If you're going to watch the video, you're going to see that I like to take this PAE, but I want the SPY to be on my side a little bit. I'm going to watch that bid ask. You know, and the SPY's not on my side right now. Starting to drift down. I would love, and look how erratic it is right now on that 15-minute chart. Like topping tails, bottoming tails. Let me see that PAE again, though. It got close to 100. Yeah, I think it got close to 100. Well, it was over 100. Yeah, it was 105 or something. That's why, you know, you've got to pay attention to these. Imagine the person who bought at 105 and then left for a couple of days, cut in half. Give me a second here, guys. I just have some rearranging to do. There it is. Okay. Okay. Now we're okay. All right. Well, that PAE is starting to. Well, what's the market doing? You know, listen, if we get like something like 613, 615, I might take it. But right now, again, that spread is widened out, 606, 615, so. You know what is making a nice move here is INO. INO. INO is making a pretty nice move right here on that 15-minute chart. So why don't we take this trade right on the chart, okay? Demonstrate how to do that. So I'm going to click on the buy button. And I'm going to drop it right to where the price is. Now, I dropped it below, so really what it's saying is I'll take the trade. So you can put in conditional orders. So it might be hard to see on the screen, but right there, you can see 714. So the price is 717 right now. So what this would do is if the price dropped to 714, it would take the order and there's a stop. But what I'll do, I'll take the trade right now. So I'll just move this up to where the price is. Okay, so it took the trade, 646 shares. Why did it do that? Because in the, now why did it take so, I don't understand. No, there's something going on then. That shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't be, you should have taken half that. Or maybe you know what I did? I think I did it twice. I think that's what happened. I did it twice. I think that's what happened. Okay. Because you see that my stop is saying 200 and something. It should only be 100. That's okay. It's moving up. I'll take the mistake when they're moving in your direction. It's actually the first time it's happened to me. Typically, what I and I want to make sure that that is exactly what happened. Yeah, it took it twice. All right, one moment, please. I have to take this phone call. Okay, one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Well, the screen is blurry. I can't help that. The only thing I can suggest is that can you see the bottom of the screen, Samara, or you sort of cut off? The problem is I'm using Chrome again, and which I had to because the audio went away using Firefox. You might maybe just do a refresh if you can kind of see the screen a little bit. Right beside the gear, there's a refresh. Just try doing that, and that should clear it up. Yeah, so you can try that, see if that clears it up. Okay. Oh, okay. So that refresh helped? Did that solve it? The refresh? Okay, good. At least it was a quick fix. Oh, it's only 1:47. Jeez. I cry uncle. Yeah, well, when you really can't go out and do anything, what's the difference between a weekday or a weekend? Yeah, for sure. But you're absolutely right. ATKR, I know I mentioned this one earlier as a potential continuation. Got up to 1844. Wow, got up to 1844. Then it pulled back. This came on the AI under 20 that I've been watching, but and it looks great. You know, the alert was at 412 and now it's at 443. However, check the spread. 428, 443. It's untradeable, unfortunately. Too bad. It's not that the volume is putrid, but you just can't trade it. I am on the I'm on the alert now for that PAE, for God's sakes. For pay. I'm going to call it pay, okay? PAE. I am still on the alert for that one in case it has to. Very few of the strategy. I mean, I don't even see what the strategies are. All right, so if the screen is blurry, Danny boy, the fix hopefully is just by doing a refresh, okay? I had to change browsers because my the other browser, for whatever reason, it destroyed the audio link. So I had to switch browsers, so that's why it might be a little bit blurry. So just do a refresh. Right beside the gear, there's a refresh icon. Vicky, to be honest, it's the first one that I've seen like that in that strategy that is so spready all day. And the thing is that you could have a spread filter in, and maybe right at the time, the spread could be fine, and then 2 seconds later, it could spread on you. So. No, I see it took the, I know. Oh, no, that's right. I was just demonstrating it. Yeah, it's a nice bounce actually, isn't it, for Boeing from the lows of yesterday and the day before around 89, so up 10% or so. Well, not today, but from the lows of yesterday and the day before. All right, just lost some of my top list windows again. I think TI is telling me, why don't you just shut the room down at 2? All right, well, at least the market is flattening out anyway. Easier access for people, Vicky. And to be honest, I have no technical issues with YouTube at all. Everybody says the sound is fine, and there's no delay. I just changed. Look, I mean, there's no delay at all. And some people just want to listen to me. Some people just want to listen and see the screen. So if you don't care that much about interaction with traders, then YouTube is really the way to go. Not the browser. Do a refresh. It's blurry again. Is it blurry for everybody? And I apologize. I mean, I'm not a heck. I can try going back to Opera. Oh, Opera. Oh God. All right. You know what? I'll try. We may lose the audio. I'll try. See if that works. Unfortunately, you can't send me a screenshot, Nona. But I think I know what you're talking about. It was just within. I mean, it's not that big a deal. I think I know what you're talking about. I'll try to find one. First, what I want to do is I'm going to shut down. I'm not closing the room down. I'm just going to shut down Opera, Firefox. I'm going to try. Sorry, Chrome. I'm going to try Firefox again. Okay, so. So if you guys can hear me on YouTube, all I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to load the trading room again and see if I can do it and have audio. All right, guys, here's the test. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. All right. Well, so we're back. And so the screen, which you can't see yet, I will get the screen up and running again. But now the audio on my end is shot. Now I'm muffled. You know, guys, it's telling me to just shut down. All right. So am I muffled? Am I truly muffled? Yes. Well. Okay, you know what I want to do though? No, it's not workable. You guys can't hear me well, and I'm not going to continue. What I'm going to do is I will start once again on Firefox. I want to make sure I'm not muffled. Ah. All right, guys. Now, can you hear me? And does the sound better? I know you can't see the screen yet. Okay, so the sound is better. All right. You know what's going to happen, guys? This is crazy. This is going to be the trade-off. You can hear me, but you won't be able to see my screen as well. I will launch the screen. Okay, now you should be able to see my screen, but I know some of you are going to say it's blurry. Okay, not blurry at all. Now, if you can't see my screen in the upper third, okay? Okay, so if you can't see the bottom half, then all you have to do is, if you should be using Chrome. I know I can't believe I have to do all this again, but use Chrome as your browser and then disable the hardware accelerator. You have to go to your Chrome browser settings, disable the hardware accelerator, and then reload Chrome. Like get out of Chrome, reload it, and that should solve it. Hopefully on Monday I'll be able to use Firefox again. Actually, no, I'm in Firefox now. I can't remember. I'm in Firefox now. I think. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not. Okay, I'm using Chrome. Uncle. You people on YouTube are wondering, what the heck is he talking about? I can see you guys perfectly. Yeah, there's a magnifying glass. Okay, so Nona, are you all right? Go. I know. Oh man. So are you talking about this little flag here? For instance, there's a buy and there's a sell for INO as an example, intraday. This is just stuff from the simulator that I've been doing. See, anything that I've taken in the simulator, I'll see a buy and I'll see a sell where I bought in the simulator and sold. Oh, are you on March? All right. Okay, March the 6th. On a daily chart, I see a sell. Okay. So you're wondering why that's there? Is that your question? You're wondering why that little cell is there? Oh, you mean I have to go intraday? Well, it's probably because it bought and sold. You know, the entry, the X, this was a, let me see here. This was a short. Okay, so this was a halt. This was an AI alert to short, and then at the end of the day, it bought it. Okay. So that's why you'd see a buy and a sell. Boy, the market is just flattened out. Just flattened out. Look at that Look at that 15-minute candle. The 5-minute, flattened out. All right. Well, listen. It worked before. Trying to push it up. And I'll see if that works. Wow, look at I know. Oh, bro. See the double buy worked. So now what I can do is I can start raising the stop right on the chart. You know, I would never let it get down there. So why not, raise it right to there at 721. That was basically the entry. Even move it higher. Except it took me out of the trade. Oh, I know. I wasn't raising the stop. That's okay. Looks like it's going to start dropping anyway. So good exit. Yeah, in the I'm just looking at somebody in the yes, Jason. The new beta allows you to sell from the chart, buy and sell from the chart. Yeah, you need if you don't have the latest beta, well, you'll know if you don't. Just take a look at your charts. If you don't have a B and an S, a buy and a sell button in your chart, then you know you don't have the latest beta. I can pop that into the room for you in the YouTube room. So there's a link for it. When you get onto that page, just scroll down until you see the beta. Okay. Believe it or not, I still have my eye on PAE. It may give us something later on. Yeah, it was a heck of a exit for the INO. For the PAE, Samara. Oh, you can't see the screen. PAE. I'm still waiting to see if it's still spread. It's still getting. If we get something like, I don't know, 617, 620. Right now we're 609, 615. Yeah, I mean, you can try to do the refresh. Okay, you can try that. See if that works in the, hopefully on Monday. Hopefully on Monday the Firefox will work perfectly again. I think I know what happens. See, when I do my video and then I come back every now and then because there's a competing audio, not that I have them both running at the same time. Sometimes that's what happens. I notice that when I come back after doing my video and I close down that video recorder, there can be some issues. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And that doesn't happen with Chrome, but then we run into the problems. No, I'm not. No, I'm not in PAE. I'm not in PAE yet. It's just too spready so far. I mean, now it's 6608, so. I wanted to see whether or not, maybe get something like 615, 617 bid ask. And the only reason, look, I mean, the only reason I'm even looking at it, it was an AI alert earlier, and it did get up to 670. So I thought, okay, maybe a bit of a late day spurt, maybe. That's the only reason. Yeah, and thank you, Hey. I mean, I haven't had to say this for a while, but yeah, if you deactivate or disable the hardware accelerator, if you're using Chrome as your browser, should be disable the hardware accelerator, then you should be able to see my screen, no issues. So again, this is what I'm talking about. I wanted to see this around 615, 617. Just leave this behind, get that spread tightened up. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting any new alerts, so again, I'm just biding my time right now, just hoping for a mini miracle, maybe a little spy spurt. Maybe even a little spurt for the PAE. Sort of trying to bounce off that 6. Just waiting, guys. Waiting to see if this PAE can. It held 6. Just waiting to see if it can get back, say, to 615 on the bid. Oh, I agree, Xanadu. I 100% agree. Just for psychological reasons, just have 2 green days in a row. Just for psychological reasons, so we can go into the weekend. You know, Monday's another day, of course, but just check your futures Sunday night to see what we can look forward to or not forward to. Oh, real. I'm reading your comment. Jeez. Wow. You know, it could never happen like that, but if any one of those people got sick and just deny them coverage. But I mean, I know. Wow. Somebody just asked me when I was talking about the SPY futures, what I'm talking about and how you can track it. So you can try, you can use this website. I mean, there's many out there. You too, Real. Thanks for all the help in the room this week and a very trying 3 weeks, but thanks so much for all the help. I on the way down. EYE on the way down. This is a lifetime low now. Lifetime low for EYE. All right, so it just failed 236. So what are you saying? So short Marriott with the VWAP as your guide. So there's 76.89. So that would be your stop. Is that what you're saying, Zach? Is that what you're implying? Because the SPY just failed 236. Not looking very likely, no. I don't see what's going to give this market. We've already had the press conference, so there's nothing that the press conference is going to come along and juice the market. So I don't know what is going to cause this to go up. Let's take a look at the SPY volume. So we have about a little less than 2 hours. Yeah, we'll probably catch up to that. Yeah, so the SPY volume is still about the same. Yeah, look at PAE. It's starting to get a little, but I want to SPY on my side a little bit, but it's starting to get a little bit interesting again. I'm just looking at the bid ask 613, 615. I mean, only because it hit 677 earlier. Okay, that's the only reason I'm looking at it. It was an AI alert earlier. This is really, really good consolidation. If we got a little volume bar like that to push it up, could take the trade. Well, the overall volume is okay, but yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just need a little bit of some volume to come in. Just some volume to come in. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit here. Maybe take a look at some emails that are coming in, and I'll be here. If you have any questions, fire away. Yeah, I'm on mute. I'm on mute right now, Paradox. So see you Monday morning. Hopefully, Firefox will perform again. Probably what I would have to do is shut down my computer and then start again. I just don't want to do that now. I'm back on mute. And I put that little price alert down here at the bottom of that area. So the SPY is now really starting to drift down, guys. You know what? I'm going to shut it down at 2:30. Okay. I will stay. Listen, I'll always stay if there are questions, but I just don't feel like hanging around, watching the SPY lose it again. But I will stay around if there are questions. Yeah, a little. Okay, so here's a food group, or in the that sector, HFFG, packaged frozen food merchant wholesalers. That makes sense. HFFG on the run here. Look at this. What a run. Nice little pop right there too. Boy, that's a big run for it. I haven't really didn't see this one earlier this week. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? Again, I will stick around. I have no problem sticking around as long as there are some questions. But so don't be afraid to ask me. I don't mind sticking around. It's just I just don't want to hang around and say nothing. Not much more to say. Thank you, Jason. You too. Okay, go ahead. They're behind. How's that? Requires probably some volume or the candle to close. Some volume. But go ahead, ask the question. So for instance, if you're using the alert crossed above, you may notice that it doesn't, there's probably, if you check, well, you know what, I'll let you ask the question and see if maybe I'm just anticipating what you're going to ask. So ask the question. You too, Bob, in that what, Delaware? Remember, I'm a Canadian. Okay, good. I thought that was DE. Yeah, anybody who's leaving now, obviously, take care of this weekend and follow the rules. All right, so the alerts are ORs, right? So what I would do? Yeah, no, you're asking. So you'd have to create a filter with a high relative volume, or something like this, filter, and then crossing the VWAP. So you might want to, as an example, volume 1 minute. So put a high volume 1 minute. And you'll have to play around with it. I can't tell you what you should use, but minimum 1,000. So what that will mean is that stock is really moving in 1 minute and it's crossed the VWAP. That make sense? So your alert will be crossing the VWAP on high volume, on a high volume pop. Now, are you talking high volume in general, or just, in the last 1 minute or 5 minutes, or just in general? Okay, well, if you know the volume 1 minute, all you have to do is, when you click on an alert window, right click, configure, and then search. And then start typing in volume, and you scroll down a little bit. And here's volume 1 minute as an example to use as a filter. Okay, you'd add the filter, and then again, you'll have to experiment. This is going to be big volume bursts in 1 minute as an example. Now, you'll have to add other filters, obviously. You might want to have your own price range, your own minimum overall volume, things like that. So once you have your filters in place, then you use the VWAP alert. So you're across above the VWAP as an example. And you just add that alert, check it, and that's. So your two key filters. Obviously that's the alert, but your filters are going to be maybe the volume burst in 1 minute. Make sense? I know what you want. You want me to make it for you, don't you? So when you say show the summary, well, I was kind of kidding. When you say show the summary, what do you mean by that? Oh, I see. I see. Well, I didn't add anything. You know what? I'll just do it for you. New alert window. I'm going to start from scratch. I was just showing the filters that you can use. I wasn't creating anything. So search. It's okay. It gives me something to do. And again, I have no idea. You'll have to play around with this, of course. I'll put 1,000. Let's make a minimum volume of, I don't know, 500,000. And I'll put a price range of 10 to 60. Okay, so now what you're talking about, there's the summary. Now again, obviously you will have to. You stop it, Grumpy. Obviously you can make any adjustments that you want. So here are your filters that are in place, and then we'll add the VWAP, cross above, add the alert, check it. Check it. There we go. So here's your summary. And I'll call it known as VWAP alert. Okay. Now, you can play around with those filters. But that's a start anyway. Okay? So you can see that happened right before. You can see right there. Okay, there's classic. Look at the volume. It's for, there's BJ at 231. Look at the volume. That's a tremendous 1 minute volume. The VWAP was at 24.99. It did cross it. Now it didn't keep going though, but that's why you got the alert there. Okay? Does all that make sense? Now it could keep going. Who knows afterwards? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, right? There's the VWAP, 24.99. There's the big volume burst. It burst through. Didn't keep going though. As you know, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going. But that's the alert. No, I mean, remember, the alerts are OR situations. So in this Momo, these are OR situations. So making a new high or breaking through the VWAP. I mean, you can add the VWAP in here so that if you took this and you could add the VWAP in there, then what you'd have to do, more than likely, which I don't do because I know it's making a new high, is you'd have to add the type so that you know that when you get the alert, is it a VWAP break or is it a high of the day break? Does that make sense? I mean, because again, you can take this and I can say VWAP crossed above the VWAP. I can add the alert. All right. But then if I get an alert, I won't know which it is unless I put in the type. No, I see what you really mean. No, you can't take that information and then port it into. But this is about the closest you can do, and just have, make sure you add the type column so that you know why you're getting the alert. You'll notice that virtually all of my, well, in fact, there's not one. And this is what I mean, okay, or a description. In fact, not a description. Let me put type. Where are you? Okay, so you see there I've got type. So if I added a new high, okay, so that's the same one, but if those other filters were met and a stock met a new, or had a new high, I would see that it, why am I getting the alert? Because it's a new high as opposed to a VWAP. VWAP. That make sense? No, it won't. No, they won't cancel. If all the filters are met, you could get. It's not an either or. These are or situations. So if the filters are met and the stock goes through the VWAP, you'll see the alert. Or if it makes a new high, and later on, or if it goes through the VWAP again, etc. So those are alerts are or situations. Well, you check them all, yeah. I mean, if you don't check them all, yeah. I mean, they're checked, check, yes. But they don't cancel. No, it's not an either. It's always an or. The only conditions that have to be met are the filters. These conditions have to be met. Price between, in this case that I just constructed, the price has to be between 10 and 60. The volume today is 500,000 shares minimum, and in the last minute it was 1,000% of normal. If these are met, then if the stock crosses above the VWAP, you'll get an alert, or if it makes a new high, you'll get an alert. And it could happen all day long. Filters are ands. All the conditions have to be met. And. Or a new high, or a VWAP. You'll see some of our multi-strat, or some of our crazier windows that have been constructed, they'll have a million. They might have 20 or 30 alerts. I mean, I never use them. So you're getting alerts left and right. Add the type, exactly. Add the type, then you know what the alert is. That's why I never add the type, because I never have two alerts in a window. These are making new highs. That's it. New lows. That's it. New highs, new lows. So I don't have to put the type, because I know a Momo up, obviously it has to be making a new high. Momo down has to be making a new low. See, I'll be here till 3 o'clock. Listen, listen. The most fun I have is answering questions. Believe it or not, keeps the brain agile. And I wish Dave were still here. Dave, who asked the question about color coding. If Dave is here, I can help him. I just don't know if he's still here. Well, when you say it's a support room, I mean, I feel like I'm support also. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to trade. You know, earlier on, it's a little more difficult, but I mean, I'm no, no, but I mean, when you say is it on YouTube only? No, I mean, you're in the trading room. Yes, on YouTube, it's between 12 and 1. Yes. It was Dave who asked a question about color coding on a. Yeah, you have to go to the. Yes, you have to go to YouTube, our YouTube channel. Which is right here. Oh, Dave's not here. Okay, right. Slow on the uptake there. Oy. Oh, Steve, I'm just. Hey, little green bar. A little green bar. You know what? I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to just stick it out to 3 o'clock. I feel like I've run the marathon this week, but I'll just stick it out to 3 o'clock. So rephrase it, closing the room at 3. You mean like a big bottoming? Oh no, that topping tail? You want something with a big topping tail, DSOP? Nope, my pleasure, Nona. Listen, let me see if I can find something for you in the symbol lists. I don't use this ever, so, but let me just see. And you might recognize it more than I would, because we do have. Just have to find it. Okay, so you see these. Here are the daily candles, okay? Now, I don't know necessarily hanging man, hammer, and all this. You guys might know these names better than I do, okay? Bottoming, well, there you go. Bottoming tail, topping tail. How's that? So what you, okay, so what you can do, this will be showing you. Once the market closes today, you can then scan for bottoming tails or topping tails. Okay, once the market closes. So for instance, if that met the requirements, you would have seen, if you were searching for topping tails, you would have seen this one. Once the market, like, so let's just pretend after the market closed yesterday, you have this. This is just a symbol list that will show you all the topping tails, okay? Now, I don't know what the metrics are. I don't know if it has to be, the body has to be 50%. I don't know that. But you can play around with that, and all you have to do is click on it. So you click on topping tail, then it'll show up here. There. And then create a top list window. Hopefully you know what I'm talking about. Please say you know what I'm talking about. Create a top list window. And maybe put a price range in of the topping tails you're looking for, and maybe a minimum volume. And then add that symbol list. Okay, good. Add that symbol list to that top list window. And then when the market closes today, you'll see all the stocks that are topping tails. And again, if you forget how I got this, so I would do it in a top list window. It would probably make more sense. But it doesn't matter. What I'm really trying to show you is where to find it. Guys, oh, this is going to make my day. This is going to make my week. I was picking away at this on my own. I'm sorry. There's the PAE. See if the bid can catch up to the ask. Okay. I haven't seen that, Blair. I don't even know what I use. I mean, I know it's terrible. I don't know what I use. I mean, I just Smart Direct. I don't know. Where would I even find where I use? I haven't found that though. Anytime I want to sell 200, 300, 400 shares, whatever it is, I've had no issues. Okay, so DSOP, sorry, DSOP. So again, right click on, say, the top list window that you want to monitor it. Right click on it, configure, symbol lists, add existing list, and then you just have to find, scroll down. I'll get to you in a minute, Blair. Scroll down to where you see daily. You see that little plus sign beside the daily? If you hit the plus sign beside daily, boom, this explodes. And then here they are, topping tails and bottoming tails, okay? And then just click on it, it'll move over here, and then you'll be able to add it to the top list window that you create. Or attach it, I should say attach it. You know how to do that, right? I'm looking for a yes. Okay, good. All right, Blair, under designation. 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 I don't see designation. You have to understand, guys, I haven't changed a thing in Interactive Brokers in 3.5 years. Whatever I did, I have the same settings that I had 3.5 years ago. And obviously, if I thought I was running into problems, I would have done something or phoned them or asked them, but I guess I just haven't had the occasion to do that. So I'm sorry, Blair. I just haven't had that experience. I mean, I don't even know where designation is. I'm sorry, Blair. I don't even know where to see designation. I'm looking at my order entry screen. All right, guys. I actually I traded out of that PAE. I was hoping it'd get closer to the 670, but it didn't. No, Sky Monk. I'm sorry, I can't because there's nobody here to monitor the room. Real is gone, and I would leave him in charge. So sorry. How do I use it? I don't use it. I don't use Fibonacci's at all, so I can't. I can't tell you. I mean, I know the alert exists, but I don't use it. So you know what Fibonacci's are. I mean, but I just don't use it. Ah, advanced. Oh, I see. No, it's not. Look, we've got a ton of alerts and filters. I just use the ones that I've really never. I just never. I don't want to say bought into Fibonacci. I don't want to say it like that. I'm just a guy who likes to trade stocks that are near the low or the high of the day. So I'm not looking for pullbacks and things like that. So it appears that I've got Destination Smart. It appears that I'm assuming then that's what I'm using. What do I think about cruise ship stocks? I think CCL had its last gasp here. It had earnings. And that's why it's up. That's the only reason it's up, I guess. I mean, not that earnings couldn't have been too spectacular, but and guidance would have been terrible. Well, I just don't believe in the industry. I'm sorry to say that. I just don't believe in it. Well, I mean, they may cruise again. But I have a feeling that it's going to take a long time, even when this hopefully is all over, that people will step on board a cruise ship. It's just, when people think cruise, what are they going to think of? Yeah, I'll bet, Michael. There's going to be such a stigma attached to them, and I know they're going to offer fantastic deals, assuming they're still around. But we used to hear about people getting sick on cruise ships even before. That's right, the norovirus or whatever. Yes, exactly. I think the cruises are different though. Cruises, first of all, Mike is saying, yeah, floating social petri dishes. I mean, yes, people take planes for vacations. I get it, but I don't know what the split is between people like business travel for the airline industry versus pleasure. I have no idea what that is. I do know that cruises are 100% pleasure. Okay, I don't think anybody's taking a cruise as a business trip. So one is still an absolute necessity. We need an airline industry. We don't need a cruise industry. And listen, and I'm not trying to be mean. Anybody who works, I mean, I know there's probably hundreds of thousands of people who work in the industry. I'm not trying to be cavalier about that. But, I mean, if it disappeared tomorrow, honestly, it's not going to affect our lives that much. If we didn't have airlines, though, I mean, that's a big, obviously, stating the obvious, a huge effect. That's the way I look at it. Maybe it's Oh, look at that PAE after being steady, steady, steady. Oh man, why does it pop up like that? And then there's the volume. There's the volume that I wanted right there. Okay. Because there's always another one, Dimitri. There's always something. I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking that, to step onto a cruise ship, I'm not sure I would. I've never taken one in the first place, so I'm not. I'm probably I'm the wrong demographic for them, not age wise or anything, but just sort of the wrong. I don't have the attitude of wanting to go on a cruise. Well, if you think this is the last virus, I mean, at least hopefully we'll be better prepared for the next one, whether it's next year or in 10 years. But listen, I may be completely wrong. Hey, who knows? Maybe all business will be done via Slack and Zoom and everything. And yeah, maybe people just won't travel to meet customers or go on meetings. I don't know. Anyway, we digress. All right, you kept me here till 3. Guys, I'm done. I'm done, done, done. So, listen, stay safe, everybody, this week, and don't be crazy. Don't break the rules. See if we can, and let's hope everybody makes it back in here on Monday morning. I will open Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So, have as good a weekend as you can. As they always say, get some exercise. No problem walking outside. Just make sure you stay away from people. And I shall shut the room down right now.